invites have been sent. Confirm that you get them so they join. Yeah, so we have the starting student screen up now, so you can see the countdown to get yourself ready.
I see that. Awesome.
Okay, so we're going to send you a guest star link. For the actual interview portion, we're going to use your guest star feed. Any issues with that? Oh, I'm not hearing you.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that's
there
good.
we go.
Yeah, I muted my mic there.
There.
Yeah, yeah. As long as you let me know how to get in, I'll be good to go.
So if you're on your Twitch right now, like
I'm on
watching
my
the stream,
Twitch.
so
Yep,
you see how there's going to be a notification in the top right, that little symbol? It's going to come in there when we send you the invite. It's literally going to give you a notification, then it's going to say Virtual Esports has invited you to guest star.
I see it. Yeah. Do I click that now?
Yeah, you can get that set up if possible. If you can duplicate your camera feed and have it out there and in here for right now, that would be perfect.
Yeah. Let me just open up another Chrome here.
Texas.
Okay. So yeah, it's asking for my camera. So and microphone. So I guess I wouldn't do that until I switch over because I'm currently using it in Discord, right?
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll do this part, and then when we switch over to your interview, we'll take a 2-minute break. That will allow you to hop over, get it set up on there, and then we'll go good to go for the interview. That work?
Yeah, yeah, I'll
And
get it.
you don't need to do microphone because your microphone will stay in Discord because you guys will all chat in Discord, but we'll just pull the camera feeds because it gets better quality through the guest star.
That sounds good. Okay.
Perfect. But because you're doing a game, it is a lot easier to do it in Discord so we could have your camera and your game for the start. Perfect.
Yeah, yeah, that's good.
Awesome. All right, we got a game plan.
Amazing. Yeah. So yeah, I'll have that ready. And or am I able to turn, I guess, my camera off and then just switch it?
You should like theoretically just be able to turn off your camera, stop using it in Discord, and then start it in Twitch, and it should work
Okay.
as long as
so,
technology works the way that it's implied to.
Yep. Yep. So if I just put it on like a camera utility for now. And then okay, so what I'll do is I won't continue just in case like I have to set it
Yeah,
before I go
just in
in.
case. We'll leave it like this. We'll take a 2-minute break after the trivia, just so that you can switch over, and then we'll be
Yeah.
good to go.
Yeah. I'll
Awesome.
yeah, I should be able to do that pretty instantaneously.
Oh yeah,
And I'll
it really. You're already at the last stage, so it should just be turn
yeah,
on, set your camera, and then show video, and then you'll be good.
amazing. Yeah. I'll message you, I guess, when I'm ready.
Yeah. Well, I'll still like be in the Discord. I will mute myself while you are running your portion. So when we go onto the break and we're not live in the video chat, I will pop back in and actually just talk to you over Discord.
Okay, great. Do you want me to announce the break in between before we get started with the interview?
Yeah, so once you finish the intro and the trivia, be like, all right, we're going to take a 2-minute break and we're going to switch over to our first interview type deal.
Okay.
All right, we're switching over.
Okay.
You are live.
Hey now, how's it going, everybody? Welcome. Thanks so much for joining us. We're so pleased to have you guys here. So thank you, viewers, for playing the trivia, and shout out to everybody. Welcome. How's everybody doing out there? You guys ready for this? You guys excited? We're so pleased to have you here. All right, we hope you are all very excited for this awesome event to empower women in gaming. We have lots of exciting things planned for the day, and we hope that you stick around. We are now opening donations. You'll be able to start to enter the giveaway, so make sure to do that. And now let's get started with our overview for the day. We'll begin the day with an intro about R.I.S.E and hear from the amazing Rebecca Chambers and all the amazing work they do to help the community and encourage an alternative way of learning. We will then watch the Overwatch Valorant tournament hosted by our virtual or gaming with virtual, followed by an exciting panel on the topic of the community and allyship hosted by Sari Keitlin, featuring Eric and Jakita Thomas, Jackie Lamb, Mina Farouk, and Lavasani. We will take a little break and you can grab snacks and stretch your legs. It's going to be awesome, guys. All right, we ready to get started with the trivia? Let's do this. All right, so when you see the trivia, you're going to enter in that game pin. Go to kahoot.it. That's KAHOOT.it. KAHOOT.it. Enter in game pin 839704. When you have successfully logged in, you're going to see yourself popping up on the screen here. All right, we got the goated goat. Rats in the house. All right, don't be shy. If you guys need any help logging in, feel free to let us know. We'll be happy to help you. Our game pin for today is 839704. And you're going to go to kahoot.it. That's KAHOOT.it. All right, we'll give it a few minutes to see if we can get some more people in here. Thanks so much for joining us. Who's going to take it today? Goated Goat, Rat, maybe some of our other wonderful contestants? Oh, we got LinkedIn in the house. And guys, yes, you can choose your own avatars. Very cool. We got Kit in the house. Shout out to Kit. All right, we'll give it a few more minutes. But look at these great avatars. Kit, we got the King of Cats. We got LinkedIn. An alien. Very nice. We got Rat. Ice cream on the head. Very cool. And Goated Goat. I love that name. Fantastic, guys. So pleased to have everyone here. Hope you guys are ready. Be sure to blow up that chat. We want to hear from you guys. We want to see everyone going nuts in the chat. All right, we'll give it another minute. Or are you guys ready to go? You guys ready to do this? All right, let's get started. All right, empowering women in gaming trivia in 3, 2, 1. All right, what does R.I.S.E stand for? Question number 1. Does it stand for respect, inspire, support, empower? Reimagining, innovate, student education, reach, inspire, soar, empower, or redefining inclusion and student experience? Let's see if you guys know. The correct answer we're looking for is reach, inspire, soar, empower. All fantastic words to make what R.I.S.E really does stand for and stands up for. Now let's see who's on the top of the leaderboard. Looks like the goated goat is living up to his name. 633 points. We got Rat, LinkedIn, and Kit in second, third, and fourth. Next question. Which of these is not a villain Samus Aran has to defeat? Kraid, Ganon, Mother Brain, or Ridley? Yes, Samus Aran, a famous... All right, Ganon is the correct answer. Ganon, we all know, is of course from Zelda. So we got that. 3, you guys got that right. And what did that do to the leaderboard? Let's find out. Goat at the top. We got Rat in second place. We got Kit. We got LinkedIn. Still anybody's game, guys. We're only 2 questions in. Next question. R.I.S.E Academy encourage its students to be passive observers, bystanders, isolated learners, or active and empowered members of the community. The correct answer, that didn't get past anyone right there. It is, of course, active and empowered members of the community. Well done. Goated Goat has a correct answer streak of 3 correct answers in a row, taking him up to the top, 2282. Even changed his avatar there. Very nicely done. Hit's working the way up the leaderboard. Rat and LinkedIn. LinkedIn got some points on the board. True or false? Mario first appeared in Donkey Kong. Was that the first appearance of Mario? Is that true or is that false? Was it another game? Or was it the game Donkey Kong? It was. You guys all know that. The classic arcade game Donkey Kong. He was the hero of the game at the time. All right, Rat working the way up. Second place in the leaderboard. Goated Goat being the goated goat. Kitten third. LinkedIn racking up those points. Next, true or false? Virtual hosts Ontario's first simulated esports racing league. Is that true? Or is that false? How well do you guys know virtual? Let's find out. The correct answer is true. Yes, you guys know it. We're so happy and excited to be hosted by Virtual here today. So thanks so much for joining us. Next up, we've got Kit taking over Rat's place in second place, but can Goated Goat be touched here? I don't know. It's going to be a tough competition here now. Question number 6. Who is the protagonist in The Legend of Zelda? This could be an easy one for some of you. Is it Zelda, Link, Link's grandma, or Ganondorf? The correct answer is, of course, Link. We all know and know Link. Who's been playing Tears of the Kingdom? I've been loving it. All right, the leaderboard order remains the same, but lots of you guys knew that, so well done. Okay, true or false, students enrolled with R.I.S.E can earn credits toward their OSSD. Is that true? It is true. Isn't that awesome? You can not, all students can earn credits toward their OSSD. What a benefit. And it looks like leaderboard staying in the same place there, but everyone's racking up those points. Everyone got it right. Question number 8. Where was R.I.S.E Academy created? Toronto, Ottawa, Perth, or New York? We want to know. The correct answer is Ottawa. Ottawa. Well done, everybody. Who are the lucky 2 that got that right? It looks like our top 2 players, Goated Goat and Kit, knew all about that. Question number 9. How does R.I.S.E Academy utilize students' strengths in their approach to learning? By focusing solely on academics? By using strength as an entry point for learning? By ignoring individual strengths? Or by downplaying the importance of strengths? The correct answer is by using strengths as entry points for learning. What a great application. 3 of you guys got that right. Looks like LinkedIn is moving up to a podium spot. Well done. What a switch up. And then Kit and Goated in second and first place. Question number 10. Virtual eSports has competitive teams in Valorant and Overwatch, Super Smash Bros., Rocket League and Call of Duty, Formula 1, Call of Duty and iRacing, or Mario Kart, Apex Legends, and Rainbow Six Siege. The correct answer, Formula One, Call of Duty, and iRacing. Very cool. Great games. All right, Goated Goat, racking up those points. Question 11, how are scholarships at R.I.S.E Academy funded? Is it through community partners and sponsor donations, tuition fees, government, or school profits? Which one could it be? You guys know it's community partners and sponsor donations. Very important. All right, Goated Goat stepping up all the way to the top of the board there. Well done. And who was the first female video game character? We're talking about women in gaming. Billy Sue, Samus Aran, Claire Redfield, or Velvet Crow? Who was the first? Who started it all? It was Billy Sue. Congratulations. Somebody got that. Who was it? It was LinkedIn. Well done, LinkedIn. Nice one. Could have a chance at the spot in second place. Let's see if the leaderboard switches up. Question 13. What grades does R.I.S.E provide programming for? 8 to 12, 1 to 7, 7 to 9, or post-secondary? The correct answer is 8 to 12. Well done, everybody. Okay, Goated Goat maintaining that top spot. It's coming down to the final few questions here. Let's see. But shout out to LinkedIn for an answer streak of 3 in a row. Question 14. What is the primary goal of R.I.S.E Academy's mission? Is it to prepare students for space exploration, promote physical fitness and sportsmanship, foster critical awareness and community engagement, teach historical reenactments? Oh, you guys know. It's to foster critical awareness and community engagement. How wonderful. All right, Goated Goat, taking all the way up to the top of the board there. Well done. Question 15, what day do community gaming nights with virtual happen? We want to know, is it Mondays, Fridays, Wednesdays, or Sundays? What day of the week can you look forward to every week? Okay, it's Fridays. Fridays we're looking for. Nothing like a good Friday night gaming session. Okay, Goated Goat at the top there. We got Kit. 3 correct answers in a row on a hot streak, guys. Only a few questions left. Question 16. What percentage of video games have a female character? 29.3%, 35.2%, 15.5%, or 50%? The correct answer is 29.3%. Not enough. There's got to be more. And I'm sure there will be in the future if we keep pushing for that. All right. No movement on the leaderboard. 2 more questions. R.I.S.E Academy only hosts gaming events. Is that true or false? Is that all they do? That is false, of course. They do more than that. Well done, everybody. Everyone got points. Everyone stays in the same spot. It's going to come down to this final question. Is Goated Goat going to maintain? It's a 49-point game between first and second place. Are you guys ready for the final question? All right, final question. An urban legend said that completing the original Tomb Raider would unlock what special mode? Maid mode, bikini mode, nude mode, or lion mode? The correct answer is bikini mode. All right, 3 of you guys knew that, but let's finally see what did that do to the leaderboard. Here we go, guys. On our podium, in third place, we have LinkedIn. LinkedIn with the big switch up there. In second place, we have Goated Goat, our reigning champion for most of the game. But overtaking it with the last question, it's Kit. Kit, so well wearing the crown. Congratulations. Excellent job. How awesome is that? Well done. Amazing. So thank you guys so much for playing the trivia. Shout out to our winners, and you guys will receive an extra entry for the giveaway. So welcome everyone. We hope you're all excited for this awesome event to empower women in gaming. And we have a lot of exciting things planned for the day, so we hope that you stick around. Now, I believe we're going to switch over to a different feed. So just give us a minute.
go. I can see you.
All right. Hey guys, how you doing?
Oh, good. How are you?
Great, great. Are we so excited for today's Empower Women in Gaming event?
I know I am.
I know I am. So we hope that you are all excited for this awesome event to empower women in gaming. And we have lots of exciting things planned for the day, and we hope that you stick around. So we are now opening donations, and you'll be able to start to enter for the giveaway. So make sure you do that. Now let's get started with an overview of our day. We'll begin the day with an intro about R.I.S.E and hear from the amazing Rebecca Chambers and all the amazing work they do to help the community and encourage an alternative way of learning. We will then watch the Overwatch Valorant tournament hosted by our virtual or gaming with virtual, followed by an exciting panel on the topic of community and allyship, hosted by Sari Keitlin, featuring Eric and Jaquita Thomas, Jackie Lamb, Mina Farouk, and Lavasani. We will take a little break and you can grab snacks, stretch your legs, and then we will see you back here for the Gamer Girl Tournament hosted by Lindsay Wegman and featuring Cody McPeak, Megan Donaher, Felicia Sparozik, and Marissa Urban. And we'll end the day by pulling the winners for the giveaway and watching the final games of the Overwatch Valorant tournaments. And that's the whole day, guys. Don't forget to ask all of your questions in the chat throughout the day and connect with this amazing community of people hoping to make a change in the esports and gaming world. Now, we are so excited to get started with you and bring you this awesome event. We hope that you enjoy it. All right, now let's get started, guys. We're going to interview your very own Rebecca Chambers and Ola. All right, let's start off. Rebecca, what is R.I.S.E for people who don't know?
Yeah, so R.I.S.E is a high school. We're not a traditional high school. We are virtual. We work with students all over the province of Ontario here in Canada. And we do things outside of the regular school day. So Ola's going to tell you a little bit about her experience. She joined us in July. Um, but it's something that you're doing to reach ahead, uh, maybe get caught up if maybe you weren't successful in your traditional school. But we do it in a very different way. In the Kahoot, it had some questions in there about our approach. But it's really, really all about each student and who they are, where they come from, what they're all about, and how can we take their strengths and their passions and embed that into the learning experience. And the students get to be co-creators in their learning. Each of them are asked to work on a community service learning project where, again, they use their strengths and passions to give back to the community. So actually, one of our projects was related to esports, and that's how we got to where we are today. And really excited as we embark with virtual on um, these these panel discussions and potential tournaments that we're running, um, because we've learned so much about the esport world and how it can benefit students. And um, yeah, so that's R.I.S.E in a nutshell. It can be a bit confusing, but once somebody's gone through it, and again, Ola will explain her experience, that's when people really, really understand what we do.
That's incredible. Yes, when you're pushing new frontiers, it always takes people who are passionate and care about this and want to see the next generation grow in ways like you've never seen before or couldn't imagine. So it's because of your efforts and everyone else at R.I.S.E that we have to thank for that. So thank you.
Well, thank
Next
you.
question is going to be directed for Ola. Ola, can you explain your experience and how it is different from traditional school?
Yeah, so last year I had taken business with my school, Mother Teresa, and I would say it was very different because I guess it was like one teacher and like a whole bunch of students, and it was also asynchronous. So there was just like a lot of work to do every single day, each lesson, and I guess it was very hard because the way like it was made like all the work that you had to do. You couldn't really like get help and stuff. They kind of just made you say like, oh, figure it out on your own. But this year I decided to do summer school with R.I.S.E, which I'm very glad that I did. I did civics and careers, and I think it was very different because one, it was one-on-one, so it was one teacher and just me. And I guess it was kind of, the work was like basically kind of tailored to me. So for careers, like it was about a career that I wanted to do, and I got to research stuff that I wanted to do. And then for civics, we talked about stuff that I like, especially like quality education, which R.I.S.E is a great example of that. So I think it was very different just because it was more focused on me and like my learning, and then compared to like normal, well, like my school, for example, it was just a lot of work and not really helping me grow or like understand.
That's amazing. Yeah, in this world, like curriculum and learning and the environments we grow up in are so much different than, say what our parents might have experienced in school. So it's always good to adapt to that. And then you want to learn about learning, right? You want to learn new ways to learn, and you want to learn ways of like that you enjoy to learn. Like I found that I really blossomed when I went into college because I was like focused on what I liked learning. So I would like put a lot of my time into studying and focusing on, okay, how do I fit in, and what can I do, and where my passions lead me. So all that's amazing. I love your story, and thank you so much for sharing that. And we're going to go back to Rebecca. So, Rebecca, how did you get into esports events?
So yeah, like I mentioned, this this kind of started out as a student project, and a number of our fundraisers actually started out as community service learning projects that our students were passionate about. Um, when we first started 3 years ago, I dabbled a little bit with some of the students in Minecraft, and that was really interesting. And then this past year, um, we really wanted to find non-traditional ways of fundraising. So I started to do some research, and I learned about St. Jude Hospital. I learned about Extra Life. Did some research there, but still I didn't understand the world. It just isn't something that I'd been a participant in. And so I had a student join us in January of 2023, and she was telling me, because when we first start with our students, we want to learn as much as possible about them. And she was a Minecraft content creator herself, and I just sort of explained sort of my journey and what we had been sort of looking at. And she was a recipient of free programming. So she said, I'd really love to be able to give back to R.I.S.E. So could we look further into this whole concept of fundraising or, or, or awareness around it? And so from January to May, we spent, I'd say, at least twice a week, if not more. We did interviews with people around the world. I just went on LinkedIn and said, hey, I've got a student. We're looking at esports. We want to learn as much as possible. Would you be up for a conversation? And so we just started to connect with people, and I mean, my mind was blown um, in many different ways. One, how it can be used in education, how it can be used for fundraising, but then there was a lot of common issues that we were talking about that I didn't realize was a problem, and one of them being the way that women are treated in the esport world, and those who are come from diverse backgrounds. Um, so yeah, so from there in May, we decided we were going to try and run a tournament. Again, we've partnered with Virtual, who's been absolutely amazing, because there's no way we would be able to do this without them. And we ran a tournament, and it was great. We had connected with some of the collegiate teams here in Ontario, but some in the United States as well. And they joined in and they participated, and the tournament went great. It was a 12-hour stream. I think there was like 5 or 6 different games that were played, and um, and it was a really good learning experience. We didn't make any money. We actually lost money, but that's sort of our model at R.I.S.E. is we learn by failure. Like we take the successes and the failures and we run with it. So then we decided that we wanted to sort of maybe change up the format to something that's more similar to what we're doing today with, an awareness piece. How can we bring together this amazing community and have these conversations and, you know, for me especially, using this platform to educate people who are not aware of this world. um, how can we let them know more about the world, but about the issues, that kind of thing. um, so yeah, so that's how we got to here, and we're still learning, and we're hoping to do a monthly event, where we can talk about, diversity, inclusion, women in gaming, bring people together who are, on that same page, um, to be able to, play in a safe place, um, where you're coming with the same values, and that kind of thing. And really excited. So Ola just joined us this summer, and we talked a lot about education as well. Um, but I've learned she's a gamer, and I'm really excited for her to come back. She's going to join us in the fall, and it's a great opportunity not only for us to try and make people aware of Rise, those kinds of things, but to get our students involved. Um, so you will definitely see Ola coming back. I hope. What do you think, Ola?
I will be back, and for next summer too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hope to see you lots. Amazing. That's such a great story. The rise of R.I.S E, you heard it here. It's amazing. Another question for you, Rebecca. What organization is this event in support of? We want to know.
Yeah. So we connected. Well, actually, take a step back. So we did all that research between sort of January and May. And every time we talked to somebody, I heard more and more about how women were treated. Um, and so that's when we sort of were like, okay, let's take a different sort of approach rather than just sort of the general esport. I want to learn more about women in gaming. And as soon as I got on LinkedIn, there were so many different organizations and people. And I reached out to people all over the world, women all over the world, talked to them. And every time I talk to someone, they're like, you need to connect with WIGI. So WIGI is Women International. Oh, Women International Game. I'm. This is horrible. I'm trying to remember what it stands for. Women in
In
Gaming
Games
International.
International.
That's what it is. Yes, yes. Um, so I connected with Joni, who is the executive director or the CEO of WIGI, and had a fantastic conversation. She is just a wealth of knowledge. She has her own story of, living in poverty and ending up in university and becoming the executive director, and just she's so inspirational. She came on our feed last month when we were talking about diversity and inclusion, and I was like, you know what, we need to do one focused on women, and people need to know more about Wiki, and I within the esport world, I think they're well known, but I think it's something that needs to be celebrated. So yeah, so today it's about empowering women in the gaming world, and no better charity to support than Wiggy themselves. So there's a donation link, um, uh, in the chat there. So if you're interested in making a contribution, we would really appreciate it to Wiggy and all the work that they do.
Absolutely. They do good work, and I see that we have some donations here. So, guys, please donate. It would really go a long way. You're supporting an amazing cause and helping out some amazing people. Now, this question is directed to both of you. What is kind of like your earliest gaming memory? How did you know that you were kind of impassioned to take on gaming? What was that first game for you?
Ola, you want to go first?
Sure. I think it was when I used to go to my friend's house a lot, and they would have like Mario Kart and stuff, and I started playing. I wasn't that good because I don't own like a PC, a PlayStation myself, but I think it was started there, and then I started learning how to play Minecraft with some of my friends, and then now we just sometimes play Call of Duty, but I'm not that good either, but I try.
Yeah, it's not always about being the best. It's about supporting your and hanging out with your friends, really. You don't have to be the best competitive gamer ever. As long as you're there having fun with your friends, that's the important thing. And what about you, Rebecca?
Well, that's interesting. Like I said, the whole gaming world is. I say it's new to me, but then I do look back and realize
Hmm.
I did play games. So I'm a little bit older than Ola, and you, Adam, and
No.
I remember being in my neighbor's basement because gaming was definitely not something that my family did, but
Hmm.
my neighbors had both. No, they had ColecoVision,
Okay.
and then my best friend had Atari. And so I think Pac-Man was one of my favorites. And
Nice.
again, I would be the same as Ola. I was never any good at the games. Like I played them and stuff. And again, it was a social thing. And we didn't have Discord, so you actually did have to be in the same room to talk to somebody. Um, but yeah, and then growing up, like I can't remember which came. I'm assuming Nintendo came first, and that was Mario Brothers.
Hmm.
And that was, again, I was horrible at it, but I still played it once in a while with friends. And then the one that I really liked was, um, I think it was on a Game Boy, was Tetris. That one I found very like uh, sort of meditative, I guess, like trying to fit them in and whatever. But beyond that, like I've now watched my kids play. We do have an Xbox. They're into playing NHL, whatever that is. And then my youngest one has a Switch, not a Twitch, a Switch, and she plays. She does Minecraft and I think it's called Roadblocks. I'm not sure, but yes. So that's yes. So
Roblox,
mine
yeah.
goes. Mine's more of a vintage. Actually, I think behind me here, there's probably some of the older. We've got the
Oh, yeah.
Commodore 64, and um, I'm sure that he had Tetris. Anyways, but
Amazing. Now, you guys are both excited about the future of esports, as I am. What kind of changes do you want to see or like working towards to push to make happen in the future of esports? Directed at either of you.
Ola, you want me to go or you want to go?
You can go.
Okay. So yeah, so I think that's like I have a lot of things going through my head when I'm having conversations with people now, and um, I think as an educator, uh, video games get such a bad rap. Because I think oftentimes it's, oh, my kid is addicted to video games and sits in the basement and doesn't go outside, and sort of that stereotype. And then the more and more that I'm learning about like collegiate esports and uh, the transferable skills that kids are getting, that are not necessarily like, oh, I'm going to be a gamer for the rest of my life, but those transferable problem solving, critical thinking, even like the movement of your, like the muscle memory, um, using different things. Um, I, I'm really excited to kind of go down this path and see what we can do in education, um, to help students be more prepared for this world that they're going into, because it is going to look like video games, right?
It
Especially
is.
with artificial intelligence and that kind of thing. And then, of course, because of what we're doing today, I am appalled uh, in the research that we've done in how women are treated. It is shocking to me, and I think it would be shocking to the average person, um, how women are treated. And I know the women and girls on the panel are going to share some of those stories. Um, so I hope people are listening, especially those who are, um, in that space and becoming allies. And I think that's really important.
It is very important. I know I'm an ally to women in gaming, and I grew up with sisters, so it was always great, having a player 2 and a player 3, and it's just amazing to see that like there should be more encouragement in the space, and we'll continue to make sure that they feel included and encouraged and do everything we can for them. And what about you, Ola?
I mean, I don't know too much about esports, but like me personally, I guess from what I've seen or what I heard, like I guess there's like a lot of hate on like women playing games or like sports and stuff like that. Maybe it's just a stereotype in like my generation or whatever, but it's always like, oh, like girls shouldn't play games or something, or like they're bad at games and stuff. And I think that it's very like good, and I'm very happy that there's stuff and like groups that are trying to empower women in gaming. So I think that's good.
I totally agree. Whenever I see female gamers, it gets me excited because it's like, yes, that's going to be they're just as good as guys, some probably even better in a lot of cases, and you got to give them a chance to shine. And you guys can be at the forefront of making that change, making sure that women are heard and seen in the gaming world, because I definitely want to see more of it, and I'm so happy that you guys are doing everything you can for that, and I want to be on the forefront of that movement as well, so thank you for that. What are you most excited about for today's events, Rebecca?
I'm really excited to hear from these amazing women that are joining us today. Um, Again, it's been an amazing journey for me connecting with each and every one of them and hearing their stories. But I think as a collaborative, it's going to be really exciting to hear what they have to say, and that's what I'm really excited about.
That's so exciting. And what about you, Ola?
I'm excited to watch people play games.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We got some exciting tournaments here today. It's going to be lots of fun. So, guys, be sure to stay tuned. Hit that dono button. Get those donations coming in. You're supporting a great cause. I promise you it'll feel amazing when you just donate and give back to such a great organization. We got a lot of great organizations here today. WIGI, R.I.S.E, Virtual. These guys are amazing. So, do everything you can for them. Looks like we got 1 minute left before we check back in the tournament. Do you guys have any closing thoughts before we go?
Closing thoughts. Yeah, I think I just echo what Adam has said here, and want to thank you, Adam, for your time. I know you're a busy man, and really appreciate you running our quiz and interviewing us. So thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much. It was such an honor to be part of this event. I didn't know about it until Rebecca reached out to me, and then when I found out about it and was given this opportunity, I was so happy to do that. Little background about myself before we go. So I started over the pandemic. I was doing a lot of virtual events, doing trivia, doing online games over Zoom, and it was so amazing to meet all people from around the world. And everyone's a gamer, men and women equally, and we should do everything we can to make sure that they feel welcome, supported, included, everything like that. So now we're going to be checking back in with the tournament. Are you guys ready? Let's get back to it. Thanks so much for joining us, Ola and Rebecca. It was amazing talking to you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for having me.
Thank you.
Okay, we're into some Overwatch.
I got this rash that won't go away. I tried everything. Radiation, dirt, radioactive dirt.
Have you tried bandaging your mouth?
Would that help?
Help me.
All right.
5, 4, 3,
Scott's commentating my game.
1. Round 1.
I'll try my best here.
Capture.
Just gotta remember these controls. All right. Blue team coming out here.
I see the enemy.
Classic blue versus red action. All right, a little story in it. Now we're back into it. On the point here. Red looks like they've taken complete control of it. Push blue off. Unfortunately, I missed that first little fight while I was fucking with settings, but it happens. Okay, blue's gonna regroup here and try and go for another push. Poking and prodding while they wait for respawns. Shields go up. Ryan here trying to make some space for his team. Get some damage done. Okay.
Precision.
Trying to remember the controls here. Okay, all right, blue going for a push here. Charges right onto the point, gets stunned though, doesn't get the charge off. Immortality field goes out, wall goes up. Fortunately, blue doesn't seem to be getting, the symmetry goes down, but the Rhine, oh yeah, blue gets pushed back out, okay. There's a solid effort there. They got kind of cleaned up though. They did get the Symmetra, but other than that, they didn't really get anyone else dead.
I learned from that.
My ultimate is charging.
Blue struggling to make much happen here. They're grouping up. One last push before the point gets capped. Probably all they have time for.
I'm restored.
I am trying to remember the button for... Okay, there it is. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. Okay. Ryan got the shield up. He's getting the heals. They're running out of time here. They gotta make something happen. The charge goes out. Team's on the point, but the Ryan's unfortunately a little separated. Oh, the hammer comes down. Blue is on the point there. They're trying to get the overtime going, but they all go down. Red does take that first game there. Pretty one-sided, but you never know. Could just be a comp issue.
0-1.
We'll see if blue here can make a comeback. Change up their lineup a little bit.
Ready for battle.
Alright, let's see if the underdogs here can make something happen. Blue got kind of spanked in that first game,
4,
but you know, everyone's warming up here.
2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
We got a classic Pharaoh Mercy combo right now. Farah throwing them rockets out, slinging them, but Junkrat's doing the same on the other side. Blue seems to be wrapping around the bottom half here. A little bit of an unorthodox play. Normally they meet at the bridge, but the Farah and the Mercy are kind of separated right now. Reinhardt charges in, goes for the Ana, but gets slept. They might be able to take that Ana down though, but the purple comes out, no healing, and the Ryan goes down. Seemed like a great play, but the Ana was on point there, and blue gets cleaned up. All right, Ryan back in there. Got the Mercy heal button in this time. Red just seems to have the positioning advantage here. Very clean. Da'Ana is slinging them heals. Farah up in the sky, they're doing the damage, but the heals are really good on Red right now. And Orion goes down, the team lost their tank, and your tank goes down here. This isn't like Overwatch 1, there's no backup. Farah though, still doing the damage. Doing what she can. Alright, Ryan's back up. They're gonna go for another push here. Oh, the soldier killed. Farah killed. Mercy trying to get the soldier back up here. But the shield's broke. Oh. Oh, the sticky bomb comes out. Oh, jeez. Down she goes. Wraith gets taken out. Red has them pretty well penned in their base here. This is not good for blue. Oh, great purple. Soldier goes down because of it. Orion trying to keep the team alive, but that Tracer is a menace, running around the back line, killing all the healers. Okay, the Mercy ult comes out, trying to keep the team up. Uh-oh, all the ults are being dropped right now, but that guy will not die. Red has them pretty cleaned up here. That was a great little push there at the end. Alright, well map 1 does go to Red here. Spoon. Okay, you know what? These names are way too hard to say. I'm not going to try and say them. But you know, that second match seemed a little bit better than the first one. Maybe blue, once they kind of get their synergies going. All right. Next map is King's Row. Let me just change that. King's Row. King's Row. On. Here we go. Okay. Let me just double check. Yeah, King's Row. Good. Hybrid. Okay. Game 1 does go to Red Team here.
King's Row.
It's already changed.
Okay, so you're going to continue muting
I aim
Okay, we are back into game 2 here. This best of 5.
Initiating match.
Sub. Nobody told me about a sub. You were supposed to sub me in.
I was never told once about a sub. So no, you were good.
Okay. Cool. Okay, so apparently there was supposed to be there's supposed to be a sub, but nobody told me or Cypher, so it is what it is. We can bring them in for the next game. This one is not on us. This is on the people who didn't actually communicate the sub. Yeah. But it's okay. I don't think they needed it. Alright. Here we go here. Blue on the defense first. Alright. Appears to be some toxicity in the chat, but I don't care. What do we got going on here? Alright. Red coming at the gate here. They're pretty happy with their team comp so far. Tank running right up. Pretty uncontested here. Blue doing their best to get the damage out. Okay, we got a bit of a mirror match here on the front line. Red is slowly pushing forward here. Oh, 2 dead from Blue though. 3 dead from Blue. Okay. Red's got the point.
It's about to get real.
Alright, pretty clean there from Red. Took the point, no casualties. Oh. Nice shot from Widow. Unfortunately, can't one-shot that tank, otherwise he would have. Alright. Man, Firefox is running through like he owns the place. Nothing Blue can do about it right now. Diana doing a great job keeping him up in the back line. Mortality field goes out, but gets immediately killed. Blue's trying to stop it. There's a sniper there. Widow up on the top. Snipe off's going on, but nobody's dead yet. Reaper jumps up there trying to get the kill. Unsuccessful. But they did take the high ground. Oh, tank goes down though. Kadiffi dead. And that's going to mean Red can probably just run right through here. They're doing the best to slow them down, and they're doing a good job, but they are going to have to retreat here. While they wait for the tank to catch up. Okay, Red definitely has all the high ground positions covered. Blue falling back. Losing the Junkrat, not ideal. They're gonna have to buy time till they get their full team together, but they're a little, okay, a little disorganized. People keep getting picked off here. It's unfortunate. They're not really given a chance to group back up. So here we go. All 5 are up. The tank, oh, never mind. Tank goes down. He gets cut out against almost all 5 by himself there. Red just doing a great job sniping, picking people off, not allowing like a full 5v5 engagement. Very clean. This is some textbook Overwatch there. Blue doing their best to hang on. Here comes the tire. See if we can get a good hit here. Oh, nice. Bob and weave with that tire. Okay, he gets it off on the tank, but oh, Firefox pops his ult. He is in alone. Takes your immortality field out. The purple goes out though. And both tanks are running in the enemy team. That's a great triple from Blue here. What a great hold. Takes out almost everyone. Only the Widow left standing. They're chasing him. Oh, the Widow jumps off. Commits seppuku there. Okay, that was a great hold from Blue. We get a Bastion popping out here. Oh, but the Reaper gets picked off. That's a great hold. Maybe they can hold at the point for the rest of this game. Only 4 minutes. Oh, nice snipe. Bastion gets a kill there. Getting picks is what it's all about. Reaper jumping in there, going for the Ana. Oh, Blue making a great push. R.I.S.E doing some serious damage to that backline, forcing them back. Blue finally has a comp working for them right now. Now they don't want to get too, they don't want to overextend too much here, but that was a great push. If they can back out a little bit and hold a position. Oh, great snipe on the high ground there from Golden Eagle. Taking at the Bastion. They're going to have to fall back. Still, though, they bought themselves a lot of time with that push. As long as they can keep it going here. Oh, great snipe from the Reaper. Anytime they can get a good pick like that, that'll buy them time. Wait for enough time for a respawn. Let them collect themselves. They're going for the raw firepower strategy. R.I.S.E and Bastion just laying walls of bullets in there. Okay, we get a Hanzo coming out. He does. Oh, he does get the snipe. Ults are starting to come out now. Oh, Blue's getting cleaned up by all these ultimates. Gaddafi does pop his. The R.I.S.E going in, doing what she can, but all right, that's pretty much a full wipe. All right, Red, almost there, pushing the final bit to the point. Yeah, the Hanzo ult comes out, preventing him from leaving. And oh, here comes the Hamster. Hamster trying to buy as much time as possible. Oh, here comes Reaper ult. Bastion getting a kill. This has the makings of a great hold here. Oh, wow, great last second hold from the Hamster. Coming in, tagging the point. Just enough for the overtime. Blue desperate to hang on to onto this game. You gotta respect their resilience. Oh, what a great snipe on the Lucio. This Hanzo definitely knows what he's doing, getting great hits. Bastion trying to suppress him there. Let's see, Red grouping up, coming for another push. Hamster comes in, gets in everyone's face. Nobody likes playing against the Hamster, for good reason. Just making so much space for his team right now. Uh oh, another Hanzo out. Oh, he gets the trip, the quad. Oh, God. Are they going to give him the ace? Yep, they give it to... Oh, never mind. The Hamster went down to somebody else. Very close to an ace there. That was a great fight. Great ult from Hanzo. But we tried to hang on there. That's a good round. The games are getting closer.
0-3. Switching sides. Initiating match.
All right. Oh. What's happening here? Oh. Okay, I thought my game was bugged out for a second. It was just weird spectator glitch. All right. Red on the defense this time. I hope it's not... Okay. We will... Oh, that was weird. It locked me onto this... No, get me away from that. All right. It's been locked onto somebody. I'm not sure how I did it. Oh, okay. You click on them and it locks onto them. Cool. Good to know. Learning the spectator features here. Oh. The taunting coming out here.
3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, the Junkrat being toxic. Although it's a smart play, I can't say it isn't. Firing bombs through the starting area, forcing the Whittle off. Oh my god. Alright, hold on, let's get into where the action's going on right now. Oh, purple R.I.S.E. Oh, healed just in time. Tanks go down. Blue is going to have to take a second here and regroup. Widow's getting some good shots off, but Junkrat honestly has their number right now. This Junkrat is being a nuisance, doing exactly what he needs to do. Oh, the Reaper's in there. We're 1v1 coming out. Junkrat's still alive. Getting the heals from the Ana down below. Oh, 2 more picks. The Reaper and the Widow go down. They're going to have to regroup again. Oh my god. Line LK, the counter Widow. One-shotting everybody. Snipe off going on right now. Oh. Heal spam is great. That Ana is the unsung hero of this team right now, healing everybody. Oh. The hamster in the thick of it, buying some time, making space, doing exactly what he needs to do. Oh, accidentally locked on again. Okay, this feels a little... They're chasing the Junkrat all over the place. They're hunting him. Oh my god. Junkrat's in there. Oh, he's surrounded. Can he escape? No, he does go down. Okay, maybe they can push while he's dead. Oh, the hamster gets killed. Zenyatta unleashes the damage. Okay. The R.I.S.E just slinging spears, slinging bullets. Blue can't move an inch forward. If I hadn't forgotten the team names, I would try and say them more. But we'll just go with blue and red for now. Okay, they are making a push here. They managed to make it to the point. Okay, the hamster on the Zenyatta. Oh, he does go down. This is great. Ana takes out the Reaper. Oh, R.I.S.E though gets a good ult. Oh, insta-kill. See ya. Alright, Widow goes down. Oh, the Junkrat. He's back. Back to his shenanigans. Oh, saves the hamster. The ball's on him. Oh, the Ana though. Ana's always there to hit the heals when it's important. A great Ana can make or break a team. Oh my god, what a great sleep on Tracer. Blue just can't make anything happen right now. They're trying. Moira and Ana healing up. Reaper in there. Oh, gets killed by the Zenyatta. Spoon taking him out. Oh my god, the tire. The point blank tire on the supports. Both supports go down. They're gonna have to reset again. Okay.
Into the iris.
Alright, blue has basically no time left. They gotta make something. They gotta make it happen on this next push or it's over. Oh, Junkrat jumping in, insta-killing Wraith. Oh my god, the Ana goes down. Oh my god. 2 dead, 3 dead, 4 dead. What a clean hold. You gotta respect it. They played well. That's as clean as it gets. Good game from everyone. Yeah, this is. I know exactly what play this is gonna be. Yep. This is the format. Oh, what a great play from Hanzo. You gotta respect it. All right, on to map 3, which is I don't know anymore. Sarusa. All right. Let's find Sarusa on this list. Oh. Cerveza? Saravasa? Cool. Okay. Flashpoint.
Theoretically, yes, we can start this at any time.
Okay. Am I supposed to sub somebody? Can you please swap a lucky shot with TJ? Alright.
No, take TJ out first.
Yeah. Swap to spectators.
But spectator red only.
Oh, yes. Spectate red only. Okay. I don't know what they said, so I don't know what they're apologizing for, but apology accepted. Alright, everyone ready to go here, I assume?
He's getting ready. He's almost there.
Okay, game's ready. We're gonna start it. Waste no time. Let's get into it. Go, go, go.
My throne is where I say it is.
You can't escape death.
Ooh, spectator options. What do we got here? Oh, nothing interesting. Cool. All right.
Initiating match.
I somebody talking shit and I didn't realize. Could be. I don't. Yeah, I honestly don't know what was said. There's too much going on here. All right. So during this hero selection phase, we can just go around the map, check out what's what. Very nice city we got here. Oh.
Ready to escape.
All right, here we go.
Why seek answers when we do not know the question?
Let's see if Blue can make something happen here. I think it's the Newfie Newbies, I believe is the team name. Great team name. Yeah. What's the other one?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initial flashpoint. Mark
We'll just keep going with red and blue. It's not fair to know one team name and not the other.
Thank you.
Plus it makes it easier for me. All right, here we go. About to meet in the middle. We got a tracer here. Let's see if they can even catch this tracer. Okay, tracer in the back line, being a menace. Barrel stuffing. Oh my god. Oh, they're just in the back line there. Oh, we got Symmetra. No, it's not Symmetra. I can't remember that name. Echo? Oh my god, they're just like splitting the team up. Red is all over them in the back line. Can't survive. Very clean. Okay, clean take. Let's see if Blue can group up, make them happen. They need to keep their backline alive, but it's easier said than done, obviously. Okay, here they go for another push. Sneaky red. Here comes the tracer. Oh my god, right in the back. Lighting everybody up, separating the tanks from the healers. Doing their job perfectly. Oh my god. Red is just all around them at all the time. Let's go. Let's watch this tracer just run around and see complete minutes. Somebody's about to get sticky bombed. Oh my god. Very clean. They need to be able to lock this tracer down or they're not going to be able to make any progress. But it might be too late for that anyway. Okay, on to the next point. Let's see if Blue can pull together here. This tracer, they can't do anything about this tracer. This tracer is just dashing around, making their lives horrible. What keeps happening, the tank goes in, but doesn't get any support because the tracer blocks the supports from catching up. So what you end up having is two fights here. One with red versus the tank, and then the support versus tracer. So the tank goes down, and then Blue has no support from the rest of the team. It's very unfortunate. It's hard to deal with though when you have things like this. They do get the lucky shot down. That fight actually went sort of well for them. 2 and 2, very close. See if the Reaper can beat the tracer. This might allow them to take the point. Reaper doing his best to recap. Oh, great kill on the tracer. Let's see if the Junker Queen. Oh, no. Down he goes. That was a great effort, though. Almost had it. Okay, we're going over to the panel now.
in the bone orchard.
Is ready.
Adaptive focus engaged. Time for the
Jackie, why don't you go next?
Hi, I'm Jackie Lamb. I am the previous assistant director for Minnesota State University Mankato, and I am the current STEM and esports TOSA for Minneapolis Public School District. I am also a co-founder of Esports and Coffee, and I am on a few mentorship boards for WIGI, QWE, and a few other things. Glad to be here.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
Yeah.
All right, my name is Michaela Frank. You can call me Mickey. I am currently the director of Texas Scholastic Esports Federation. I am the co-chair of the Dallas chapter of the Esport Trade Association. I'm a former teacher. I still work in education, just wearing a different hats. And I'm glad to be here today.
Awesome. Next up, anybody go? Yeah, please do.
My name is Sue. I'm based in London, UK. I'm an account manager for Sunday Esports, Alongside that, I am the chair of the initiative called Women in Esports. It is a project together with the British Esports Federation, and with the British Esports Federation, I'm also on their esports advisory board.
It's awesome.
And I guess I'll bring up the rear. My name is Eric Coach E. Thomas. I am co-founder of Ferris Conclave, where we prepare students K-12 and at the college level for careers in esports, gaming, and digital entertainment more broadly. I'm also a professor of esports at Morris Brown College here in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm glad to be here. My co-founder, my wife, Dr. Jaquita Thomas, she is the co-founder, and a lot of her initiatives and research have been focusing on diversity and inclusion for women of color in technology, and we're focusing on gaming and esports as well. So hopefully, I'll do her justice in representing her, but definitely love to be a part of this conversation. And as the guy on here, I'm just going to kind of sit back and shut up. And again, I'm here to just be an ally and just talk about how we make all of this happen the way it's supposed to.
Hey, that's awesome and a perfect perspective to have. Something, I don't know if this happens to anybody else on here, but the amount of panels I have done on women in gaming, females in gaming, girls in gaming, and everyone in the room is also women and girls, and it is so great. But we need men to also hear what this side is and speak to it so that we can have the ally conversation. So I'm so excited that you're here to discuss the well-rounded approach with us. And I know that you're a true ally in this space. So it's a perfect voice to have in today's discussion. Yeah, I think to kick it off, we talked about this a bit earlier this week as well, but you hear often it's the phrasing of representation matters, right? And why representation is so important. But we don't dive in as much into why representation matters and how representation has been able to be just the simplest form of more of an inclusive space and inclusive environment. So when you hear the phrase representation matters, what does that mean to you? And how have you seen that benefit in this space? Anybody who wants to take that one first? Awesome.
Representation matters. It allows young women to at least look up to, possibilities within the esports industry. From an anecdotal point of view, we had this with broadcasters. The one that I looked up to, and there was lots of StarCraft hosts like Smix that were doing a lot of work within esports, really kind of early in the early days. So to see that that's an opportunity to take and to work within esports as a woman, I think it's very inspiring. It gives them kind of like something to look up to, and yeah, I think that's why it definitely matters. It's kind of like a goal in mind, if you will, if you want to go down that path, and that's definitely possible. So yeah, my 2 cents on that.
I want to hop just on that too, and that's exactly basically what I was gonna say. There was a panel a month or two ago where there was a high school student who didn't have any representation that she could look up to. And she had mentioned that to someone that we know, Scott Dorn, and he posted about it, and the Twitter post popped off, and it just showed that there's still a lack of representation. But it's growing and it's needed because of that there's still panels and there's still organizations that don't have the right representation to showcase exactly what they said about that we can be in the space too, and that we're worth it.
That's awesome. I'm gonna pause us real quick. Can anybody in chat tell me if you can hear me right now?
They said no.
Said no. Yeah, I'm seeing comments that people can't hear us. And I don't know what the right thing to do is to try to fix this.
Okay, we got a yes. We got a yes.
We got a yes now.
Yay! Success. You win a prize. I don't know what it's gonna be yet, but it's gonna be a great prize. It's only one
yeah.
person that you can't hear. You can't hear Sue?
Oh no.
It should be all fine on my side. My correct input is selected too.
Yeah, and are you in Discord?
Yeah, I'm in Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm not hearing you get picked up in Discord.
Yeah, I can see it now.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why I had an echo. I forgot I have the Discord on and I have my microphone on. So can y'all still hear me?
You guys hear Eric? Coachy?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Do we have Sue yet?
Hey, Secret Agent doing the Lord's work in the chat. I appreciate you just giving us feedback. Listen, this is how you know this is live, guys. We did not pre-record this. We're not professional actors just here to pretend to be on a panel for you today. It's live. This is what happens.
Right. While we're getting Sue squared away, I'll just continue on. For myself, because I'm a husband of a gamer and I'm also a father to a gamer. My daughter is an avid gamer. Valorant is her judge. That's her ish. When we talk about preparing for these careers in this industry, one of the first things when we got into this industry and started to hear about it, we looked around and we didn't really see a whole lot of representation. And so in order to do that, we had to make those spaces and had to make sure that we were getting with people and partnering so that we can have those opportunities as well. So what I wanted to do was make sure it was a safe place for everyone to be a part of, because I knew my daughter wanted to be here, and I knew I could see all the toxicity that was around, and because I'm protective of my daughter and all the students that I work with, you can't change a thing unless you're a part of a thing, right? So representation matters, because even when I talk to students about what do you want to be when you grow up, you're not going to choose something that you haven't seen either. So those are the reasons why representation matter. They're not going to know what to do unless they see themselves in it. And so it's very, very important that everyone has an opportunity to see themselves in the roles they want to be in. And if those roles are not existing, then we need someone to bring that about. So now people can say, hey, I can see myself in there. I know about it. I can see myself, and now I am that person in that career, and that's the trajectory we want all of our young people to go on in their journey, especially our young women, because the highest performers on my current team at Morris Brown College are two young ladies right now that had amazing internships with Prize Picks over the summer because of the work they were doing with the team on the just content creation and social media side and on the gaming side. It's just amazing. Once they felt this was a place for them, they just flourished. And that's what we want to do. So that's why representation matters, to change what needs to be changed.
That's awesome. Mickey, what about you?
Yeah, I don't think there's much I can actually add to it. You know, as a former teacher, as someone who's worked with like kids, like I think I hear that a lot from like young girls is that they don't see a lot of like girls within the space, so like it makes them very apprehensive, and the toxicity that actually exists, make them very discourages them to like pursue any sort of like gaming or like esports roles. So um, the more of us that is out there, I think the more normalized we make this. It should be a normal thing, for girls to see themselves like in this space. So the more can make this normal and not like something that is, oh my god, like you're a girl and you do gaming stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like yeah, the more we normalize this, the easier it's gonna be.
That's a good point. Like, we're not here to shock you. We're just here to play games. We just want to play.
I know, right?
That's awesome. And it is true. And I think being here in the first place for all of us representing our communities and those voices is just going to help even one step at a time. And it oftentimes will feel like maybe that's too small and I don't know how that's going to make an impact, but small steps together will make an impact, So something interesting that I think we're going to kind of dial into here as well is we're really talking a lot about community. And something I tried to hammer home as often as I can is that a community and an audience are not the same thing. And so having a bunch of followers does not mean that you have a community. Having a place where there's mutual benefits to everyone that's joining, they are able to share their voice and have a voice and be as represented as the organization is that they're a part of, is really when that level of followers or subscribers or an audience kind of becomes more of that community. I'm curious to you all of the communities that you're a part of and belong to within, kind of like the micro communities within our space. Are there any that you would say you think do a really great job of community or that you'd recommend? And maybe why you think that's a really good form of community so that maybe other people can know how to sort of be a good community member or even improve communities that they're a part of?
I think for me, engagement is the key. True community are those who are engaged in whatever the goal of the community is going to be. And where I see it working better is where I see engagement. And that's what we're working on, right? People always ask for when there are tournaments or when we're doing conferences, well, how many people do you think are going to come? And for us, and I don't know if y'all have the same kind of a challenge there, we don't know. Because we haven't typically had great engagement from our community for a few reasons. Marketing is one, or just being able to be in the right places, or people understanding that this exists. But we've recently, because it's becoming more mainstream, the idea of esports and gaming as careers, we've seen a lot more community engagement from those who haven't already been a part of the community. So that just makes it even better for us. But I don't know who does it the best yet, but I think that's something that we're working on. But engagement is the key, I think, when we're talking about what community really is.
I think that WIGI and QWE have really good communities with their mentorship programs. And then with WIGI's Get in the Game program, I think that's a community on its own where they're providing extra opportunities to go to places. And I love what Joni says about that. They're not just providing a free entry to it, they're providing an entire package. So if you can't make it there, they're able to provide that whole travel stipend for you. And then, of course, I want to talk about esports and coffee too. We are smaller and we're growing our community, and we provide different days of things to talk about to keep our community engaged and wanting to help each other out, if that's supporting a person's business one day, or if it's helping someone with their fitness goals or their health journey. I think that's what brings the community together, is talking about different things and being there for each other when someone is struggling.
Can you guys potentially hear me now? It should be fine.
I can't. Let's have our friends in chat. Can you guys tell me if you can hear Sue now? Sue, give us another shout.
Hello, can you hear me?
I
Can
mean, I
anyone
can
hear
hear
Sue?
her.
I can
but-
hear her.
Yeah.
Seems to be working again.
Okay.
It's Rebecca here. I can't hear Sue in Discord.
Okay.
I'm wondering where you're hearing her. Is it in the Twitch guest star?
No.
Maybe.
Muted.
But she's muted
She's,
in guest
she's
star.
muted, yeah.
She's muted in guest star, and we
How about
can't
now?
hear
Is it
her in
better?
Discord.
Oh,
Oh, I can hear you.
that's better.
There you are.
We made contact. There we go. Let's go.
Hey, you guys, meet my friend Sue, because she's here now.
There you go.
All right.
We made it. Apologies.
Totally fine. Sue, are there any communities that you're a part of or that you think do a really great job? And why would you think they're doing a good job as a community in regards to support and representation?
I can't. I've been part of a lot of communities myself, even from a young age. The ones that come to mind was when I was part of Skate 2 and Skate 3 community. It was kind of interesting. We had a forum. We posted footage as if it's skate footies. We had our own magazine, like as if you were part of an actual crew. And therefore, like being able to create together, being able to kind of do that just from the passion of just skateboarding in general, that was just kind of, for me, that's like the essence of pretty much video game in general, just creating something together. Modding is like another community that comes to mind. A lot of PC mods and such, like they all kind of collaborate together. And then there's also like StarCraft that I kind of fell into another community. Like these things are so important because, at the time I was like engaging with these communities and talking to them like at the time on Twitter, and never really considered them as like networking. It was just like speaking and sharing a passion of the video game that you play. It just becomes so second nature. I think everyone, at least, that has one game that they're so passionate about that they could just go on forever. So that, for me, like having that kind of representation also within those communities, and having that put forward is very important. I don't think there's in esports without a community. It simply can't exist. So yeah, that's my answer.
I'm gonna get that on a T-shirt, that you can't have esports without community, because I
really
love that,
can't.
and it is, and a lot of people, when you start talking about numbers and things, people lose sight of that, but that's the foundation of everything that we are and everything that we do. So I totally agree with that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think one thing that a lot of people don't understand, especially if you are outside the gaming community, is gaming is community. I don't think there is a game does not have a community. Every game I've been a part of, there's always a guild, there's always a clan, there's always people build small communities around whatever is it that I play, whether it's a group of friends or even more than that. And even every game themselves will have a larger community. Like, if let's say I play, I don't know, Hearthstone. Let's see, well, something that more people know, like Mario Kart or like Animal Crossing. There's actually a community either on Discord, on Reddit, or wherever there is that will help each other out. If I don't have apples, someone's gonna have apples, and we're gonna trade, right?
Yeah, you get those pairs, you get them.
Yeah. So like it's yeah, so I think community and gaming go hand in hand, and I think if you're outside of that, you don't understand that. And a lot of people talk about like gamers as being like alone by themselves in the basements or whatever, but you are connecting with so many people like outside of that. Like the internet exists for a reason, because I can talk to someone in like like in like another time zone, and it's fine, and we bond over like a game or whatever it is. But community is very, very important, and in gaming. Like I said, yeah, I think you can't have games without community. So
Yeah, it's a really good point because it's that, you know, without gaming or maybe in traditional sports or maybe even without really taking the internet at the benefit that it provides and only thinking about it in stereotypical old gamer language, but for gaming, our communities are not geographical. They don't have to be focused on who we are. We're connected with people all over the world that have similar interests to us. And that to me makes it the perfect foundation for true allyship and true connectivity because you're coming from all different walks of life and all different backgrounds with a shared interest in helping Mickey get some apples. And so when you're doing that, you all are like here together and it's all with one common effort. And that's how we learn from each other, right? Like having those different walks of life is really how we learn from each other. And I know it's been said a million times, but the concept of rising tide lifts all boats is more true in gaming and esports than anything else I've ever seen. And we are all in this together. And so to us, as we kind of move on to the next topic of conversation, I think it's a good segue to say, like, if one of us is hurting, all of us are helping. So if our, transgender community is under fire, all of us are here to get them out, to protect them, to save them, to help them, to lift them up. We're not seeing enough Black content creators. All of us are here to help make sure that that visibility and that awareness and that exposure is happening. When there aren't enough women in gaming, all of us are here to try to elevate and amplify the voices so that we can see more of those in gaming. And I know that within our community, like what Mickey was saying, that is just that's natural. When you tie into a game or an interest, that everybody wants that game or that interest to elevate. And so we want to get ourselves to a point where those that are exhibiting toxic behavior or those that are, let's call it infiltrating the safe community and making it not the best of places. We all want to make sure that the good is what's killing that off. Because in the long run, there's more of us that want the trueness of the community and the trueness of the advocacy within these spaces. And I really do think that allyship is the way that we help get there. The allyship is the way that we get the toxicity to be in the minority so that those don't feel like they have as much of a voice. They shouldn't. The positive voice should sustain, the supportive voice should sustain. And allyship is an interesting conversation because I know there's a lot of people that I want to be supportive, but I don't necessarily know how. I would love to go around and just say, like, what does being an ally mean to you? And honestly, if you have any examples of either when you've been able to be an ally or when someone was an ally for you, I think that would be a really great way to kind of tie it together for our audience. Whoever wants to start.
I don't mind.
Go ahead.
Yep, go right ahead.
No problem. I'm taking notes while we're talking to kind of help me gather my thoughts on here. But, if you just think about things, one of my favorite games growing up was Axis and Allies, and I play all games, board games, card games, video games, and everything. When you talk about war times and things, people always make the phrase, I'm Switzerland. I'm not one side or the other side. And that's not being an ally. Being an ally means getting into the fray with everybody else, right? You say, hey, I'm rocking with this person, so let's do it. Let's go to war. Let's go to battle with each other, and we'll figure things out as we go. So ally means you can't be on the sideline. Right? You can't just be looking and you can't just watch and just shake your head, in your own silo. You have to get out of your silo and get in with everyone else. And, and it's okay that you love fighting games or you love MOBAs or you love these other games. We love games in general, and you don't have to be good at it. It's entertainment. It's having fun and coming together. And if we can focus on that, I think that's the coolest thing that I always see when I have students come around and they'll say, well, I'm not a gamer. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Do you play Candy Crush? Do you, what do you do for fun? And do you play Uno? Like, if you play, you are a gamer. No matter what it is you play, you are a gamer. So, just making sure that we are all common in that we love games. And now we have that commonality. There's no more Switzerland. we are now our allies. And so going from there, that's what I see. You can't be on the sidelines. We all have to get together and just form up like Voltron, as I like to say.
I love that, and I think it's true. It's the thing we say a lot at the college that I work for, and we deliver this to our community is it's not enough to just commit to not being toxic. You have to combat the toxicity that you see. Just committing to not do it is the lowest common denominator. It's a basic form of being a human being is to be a nice person. That's not good enough. We're not going to kill toxicity because you've chosen to not be toxic. And, kind of shifting that mindset of, oh, well, this is a conversation about toxicity, but I'm not toxic, so I don't need to necessarily be in this conversation. You do, because you need to hear about how that's hurting others and what you can do to kind of step in between. An example that I have two direct reports of mine, both men, that are wonderful and amazing and incredibly supportive. And the three of us would go into a meeting and I would never get talked to at all. And they would just talk right over me, or they would look right through me, or it was like I didn't exist, or I would be asked to take notes or refill coffee or schedule the meeting. Always schedule the meeting and take notes, because only women know how to type
Oh yeah.
notes. That's it. It's only us. We were only born with that skill. And so they saw, for them to be able to see that over time, and both of them will step in all the time and they'll be like, we work for Sari. She would be able to be the one that makes a decision. That was Sari's question. You can answer her. And they'll always default back to me. And, I think it's a lot of seeing and knowing and understanding, oh, hey, I'm now seeing what she's been talking about. Even though I was not ever doing it, someone's doing it and I'm seeing it. And now I have to take baby steps to stop it. I don't know anybody else if you've got thoughts or experiences you want to share.
Yeah.
At least, you want to go ahead,
Oh,
or?
you
All
can
right,
go.
all
That's
good.
okay.
Yeah, thank you. A part of me also thinks that being an ally and stuff, having a level of understanding why representation is important, while it's important to have these kind of conversations we're having now, and yeah, that general base level of understanding on why these kind of things are important in general is for me, having that, to willfully ignore, or to at least kind of seem ignorant to say that there's not really a problem and such. Sure, but everyone has their own experience. For example, I had an experience with one of my friends. I tend to, not anymore as much, but I played a lot of Counter-Strike, and I mentioned to him, like, I only have to say one thing over the voice chat, and it's game over. He's like, no way. And lo and behold, I took him into a couple of games, we playing as a duo, and I just said, "Hey team," and then boom, you wouldn't believe some of the stuff that people would say. At being used to it, you just kind of mute and move on or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't that competitive. Like, I wasn't that, like, competing or in Counter Strike. I was just having fun and in ranked, and yeah, that's just the one thing. And ever since then, he just believes me, whatever, whenever I bring it up, and that's
Of
just like,
course.
yeah, that's the classic.
That's true.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest thing is, acknowledging the like what is it, the existence of like, all the things that are going on, I know it's really hard for like what is it, the other side to see because they're not experiencing it. And because of the experience, a lot of girls are like, discouraged to like even play game or like, or talk or things like that. I thought actually it was really surprising to me because I was so when I was coaching, I got my dream of like, a girls team, esport team, and and then I thought that like what is it, the younger generation maybe like, it's not as bad, but when talking to them I heard like, it's still as bad. I'm like, over the past like how many years, how have things not changed already,
Mm-hmm.
that more like the number of girls versus the number of guys who are playing games, younger generations are about equal. And I don't understand why like, it's still such a big deal. So it made me sad, but like, the fact that like um and I was talking to other colleges who are trying to actively recruit girls because they do understand that like, there is missing representation and they should actively try to get them, but without having like a girls coach, it's really hard to recruit girls because they don't see it as a safe space. So I think we need to be more proactive. I think we need to be more purposeful, and just acknowledge that it still exists and it's still going on, and we need to be proactive in making it a safer space.
I think allyship is also encouraging others. In the most recent WIGI mentorship program, just about all the mentees in there had stated that they just kind of wanted to dip their toes. They're very new to gaming and esports, and they weren't sure if this was the right time. They felt really old, and they're all in their late 20s, and they felt like they were too late to get into the game. And I didn't know what I wanted to do until I was 31, and I'm older now. And it's never too late to encourage someone else to go after a different dream and to help support them along that way. One of the mentees had put out there that you need to have thick skin to be in this industry. And I don't think that's true anymore. And I don't want people to say that, because I have never had thick skin. I've really tried, but I wear my emotions on my sleeve way too much. And I I've had men who just make fun of me for it. And it's like, why is that appropriate? Why can't I have emotions? And so I think it's time to change, kind of just what you had said a little bit too about it's you don't need thick skin, and times are changing, but it's slow. The toxicity is still there in the younger generations, but I think if we keep talking about having these discussions openly instead of behind closed doors so that other people can see them, hopefully the message will finally get clicked.
It's very interesting, from the statements that you all are making. Even with me, my recruitment, I have a pretty, it's challenging time making sure that I have the young ladies to join the team for myself. And because I'm the coach at the school, I understand that what you were saying, how that could be a turn off for young women to want to come in. So what I make sure I always do, I'm very intentional and deliberate about pushing forward my female team members, my female students, because I don't run the club, they do, right? I don't run the team, the students do. So I really want those examples to be seen as much as possible. Even on my wife's side, she's a PhD in computer science. Spelman grad, Georgia Tech PhD, and she teaches. Really a lot of what we do has been based on her research, right? And all of the young women that we've worked with, like, one of the things we make sure that we let them know, you may be introverted a little, but there has to be a little bit of extrovert in you, even if it's just showing your work, what you're doing, so that again, so that young women can see that from that side of the track. And and I love it, because again, I'm not good at a lot of things, but a lot of my students are, and I want them to be seen for what they do and what they know. And so our allies just making that space and being deliberate about allowing your allyship to be seen. And that's what has to happen as well.
I love that. And I also want to say that your wife sounds like a complete badass. So I feel like we should celebrate her a little. She has more PhDs than I've had, like, I don't know, anything really. So that's awesome. Very awesome. And it's a good point. There's a lot of conversation around how important and how crucial allies are to the success of a movement. And I think that history has shown us this. If it's up to the marginalized voice to do all of the fighting for themselves, how are we ever going to see change? It's up to all of us to make progress for all of our marginalized communities until we don't see marginalization anymore. And progress for one of us is progress for all of us. And if you don't have a fight this time, pivot. There's members of your community, there's people that I know that you'll love and care about that do. And as long as we're in a society where someone is not treated in the same way that others, based on how they were born and how they were made and who they are as a human being, then we all have work to do. And that's not just relevant to the community itself that is suffering. It's relevant to all of us as human beings. And so, just love the constant support around rallying and, improving all together and hoping to change that. I think the youth conversation is interesting. I would love to get back on that because quite a few folks have mentioned it. And I often get asked, how do we see more women in the space? And well, we have to stop girls from quitting gaming. So that's how we see more women in this space. All of the well-intended tournaments and discords and safe spaces and things and conversations are very well-intended and very great. And the real way that we see more women in this space is to continue have more girls in the space, and to look backwards and really just sort of help show that. And being representation, I think, is key to that. But I don't know if any of you, I know with Mickey, with what you do especially, and Eric, it sounds like with what you do as well, and Jackie, now with you in the public school system, any thoughts or advice for girls that maybe are approaching high school or getting into high school, college is still in the future, any advice or thoughts on how to tell them, keep going, here's what you can do, and here's the progress that you can make?
For me, it's very much like purposely, like, trying to seek them out. I was fortunate when I was teaching last year that I was actually teaching esports, and I had a lot of girls in, well, not a lot, but about 25-30% of my what is it, student are girls, and I say, hey, I know you play games in my class all the time. Why don't you join the team? And they were always like, I don't know, like, So, but me continually pushing them is like, hey, I'm a girl who play games. I want to make a team of girls who play games. That is my dream. I got one, and then that one recruited another one, and then they start recruiting, and then we had a full team, and the difference in bonding with all the girls who, like, just sit there and they talk about their experiences and things like that is, and so those five also went out and recruit more girls. So I think it's just, being purposeful and saying, hey, like, um is trying to like understand that, like, like a lot of girls, they don't want to get in there because, like they've been saying all the time, like, like what is it? Guys say like girls can't play games all the time, but like, like you have to show them that you can, One of my girls is probably one of the better one than, like, most of the guys. So, and she's probably a better coach, better captain than, like, the guy captains that I had on my team. So, but it's just being purposeful and just showing them, like, you can do it. Like, may, maybe what is it? If you don't take the first step, there's not going to be others behind you. And I think a lot of them understood it, and, like, they took that mission and they just went out there and and yeah, they're killing it. So I'm really glad.
I think creating the safe spaces in the K through 12 system too, and not punishing those who say things, but also punishing them. And I think people are just so afraid that, they're only in high school. They need to be kids. It's like that's the wrong way to go approach it. You could have one person say one wrong thing and then they're going to be discouraged from ever coming back from the club. I can't turn my mic on anymore. I have such like really severe PTSD from gaming so much that I don't play with randos at all anymore. I only play friends, and that kind of hinders what I can play sometimes. But I think we have to get to the point where even in the K through 12 system that we need to start with them that it's not okay to say certain things, because when you get to collegiate, it's not okay to say certain things. When you're an adult and you have a job, it's not okay to say those things. So why not just start it in the K through 12 system? Why not just start it there? My daughter, whenever I swear, she's like, "Mommy, you can't say that." I'm like, "Thank you." And she's 4. So she's teaching me.
Well, I do know that with a lot of leagues, especially the K to 12 leagues, whether it is a high school league, play versus, or and even the league that I am a part of, like, we take toxicity really seriously. Like, we have like rules that we need to follow. If we see or hear that like people are being toxic to each other, I think throughout the 5 years that we've done this, we've only had one instance so far of like someone being toxic to each other. And we were like, all of us were like on it. We're like, have that conversation. You are like, you are banned for like one game, and if that again, your entire team is out. We can't do this anymore. And I do, and talking to the other leagues, like, that's how they approach it too. They're like, they don't tolerate any toxicity. It's either good luck, have fun, good game at the end of the game, and that is it. So
Toxicity in sports is a learned behavior. You know, growing up as a little boy, it's don't play like a girl. It's things like that. And if we weren't having a good game, it was, if like for instance golf, right? Playing golf and you hit a bad shot, it's like, I see you came out with your skirt on. Little things like that were said and tolerated, but then to understand that that's not okay, right? You can't do that. And so what I would do, I remember in college, it was a basketball class. I was a senior, so I could take PEs, right? Basketball was one of them. And we were doing a tournament. And so I made it a point to make sure that I picked the young ladies that I knew were better than me at playing basketball. They were on the team with me, and so we won. We were able to win the tournament. But again, it wasn't. You have to be deliberate about what you do, the makeup of your teams, the makeup of your league, the makeup of your community. You have to be very deliberate about making sure people are included. And then when you include people, you have to give them an opportunity to speak, to be put forward in those different contexts. And so starting earlier is great because like our 4-year-old gamer that's teaching us how not to use bad language. At that age, that's when kids are really really raw, but they are not really afraid to be a part of it. And by the time they get to middle school and high school, we basically beat out of them all the things that we would want them to have, to play better, to not be toxic. We've already beat that out of them. But if you catch them early enough, then they're already open. And so there's not that learned behavior. That's not, they know how to deal with it. They know how to be a part of it. And they've been brought into the space. They've been welcomed into the space. And so that's why I like working with elementary schoolers, even though I taught high school and middle school, and I couldn't teach elementary school because I just felt like elementary schoolers were a little bit needy, and I really could. I was like, they just need too much energy. I don't have enough. But I love in my camps when I have elementary schoolers because they have so much energy, and they're so open to just doing things and learning new things. That's what we have to do. If we want to change what's happening in the future, we have to start early. We can't wait. Even though we still want the college, we want to try and get it there. But it's how you have to recruit. You have to start early so that when they get there, it's already ingrained in them how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. I love all of this. I know we're kind of approaching the 2 o'clock hour. We got a little bit of a late start though. So before we wrap, I would love to kind of pivot, and we've given a lot of direction and advice to those that are running the spaces and what they need to do to make the space better. But I would love to kind of end with a round the horn on what advice can we give to gamers that are going through it? How do they set boundaries? How do they deal with the toxic behavior that's coming? Any tips and tricks that you've had? What have you always done? What can we give to our future so that they're equipped to continue through this path as we're also trying to improve the space itself ahead?
I'll start.
Okay.
I think it's important to find your what do we call ourselves? Your core group of people that you can talk to. And it's okay if that changes over the course of years. Like even if it's not the exact same group or the exact same people, it's okay to have your core group change, but have people that you can talk to, that you can call up instantly, like, I just need 5 minutes of your time just to vent over this one thing. Or I just want to talk to you real quick about this idea that I have. Can I bounce it off of you? Just have that group, that community that you can really talk to and be yourself with.
I love that.
Yeah, and I think it's just a lot of it is just understand that like a lot of the negativity is not really you to you personally, and I think that's how I got through a lot of it because I've had both end of it. I've had very very inclusive communities. I have a lot of um people who are really really inviting and inclusive and things like that. But I've also had like the random peep that just makes it's a terrible experience. So like just understand as like that's not the entire space. It's just one small section of it, and like just gravitate to like the community that accepts you, and just forget about the all the negativity that you find, and then just find another space. It's
Yeah, there's
yeah.
somewhat like a trial and error involved with that case as well, isn't it? It's just kind of like you really need to kind of measure it as you go. For example, if you want to set boundaries communicatively to like a group of friends or something, and like, hey, I didn't really like this what you said, depending on what they say depends on what you want your future interactions to look like in a way. So figure out how you kind of want to have that baseline of like foundation of community around you, and how you'd like to be engaged with other people. And yeah, like I said, it's trial and error. Sometimes you get some things you don't really agree with, and when you speak on that you don't like what you're hearing or such, and you get some other comment back, it's up to you to kind of understand, like, do I accept this? There's a choice that you could make, and there always needs to be a choice no matter what, in that case. So yeah, that's what I think.
I know it's pretty tough to navigate those spaces where you're often the only person in the room that looks like you that are probably having those feelings. So it goes back to that initial thing that we start talking about, representation, and finding your allies and finding your tribe and being around those folks who are going to have your back. Right, we're always looking for groups to belong to. That's human nature, right? And so if you're going through anything, look for those tribes like WIGI, like some of those other groups that we've talked about to help you navigate. Don't be alone by yourself, because when you're alone by yourself, that's when the enemy, the predator, tends to pick us off, right? When we're by ourselves. So squad up as soon as possible. I'm using all these gaming terms like I'm cool,
Yeah.
like I actually played really well. but no, but I mean, but on the serious note, again, we should be able to have fun like this. We should be able to laugh, and we should be able to cry together. We should be able to be angry together. We should be able to fight together, and that's what you're looking for. Those type of environments, and if the environment that you're in isn't quite like that, then find one that is. However, still speak up and say something in that environment. Don't just leave that environment and thinking that that they are good. Leave them with something to think about, right? Or still be a part of it, and then start to recruit others to come into that environment to help change that environment. That's something that my wife always talked about. I remember it was some Facebook group or Twitter group or something they were on, and it was something that was said. And what she and her friends decided to do was to reach out to all of the women they knew that were in technology to flood into it, and then start to kind of promote change inside of that conversation. And so, I mean, and that's on that activist side. Not everybody's going to want to do it to that extreme. However, you have to say something. Can't just walk away. And if you want to say something, then walk away, that's fine. But at least make sure it's said so a seed is planted that we got to make a change.
hmm that's a really great point, and that's where the wiggy kind of thing was where I was gonna lean into, which is that oftentimes we are the only one that looks like us in the room, just like Eric was just saying, and it's true and it's hard. But the important thing is, and the amazing thing is about this space is that there are communities of all people who are the only one that looks like them in the room. So you might be the only one of you in your room, in your conversation. When you, how I joined WIGI, and I am surrounded by hundreds of people who are the only one of them in the room. And when you do that, you have like-minded people, you band together, you power together. There's WIGI, there's community is a really great one in gaming for people of color. There's a ton of groups. There's Queer Women of Esports is amazing for the queer community. There's just a ton of great groups out there. You don't have to leave StarCraft community because it's being toxic if you love StarCraft, but you could go to WIGI, get support, get allies, get hype, get pump up songs, whatever it is that you need. And just like Eric was saying, I think it's important, bring that back to the StarCraft community, because we all want to improve it, right? Our goal is to make sure that the space is better for those coming behind us than it is for us while we're here, no matter what that space is, whether it's the environment, whether it's gaming, whether it's school, whether it's, you know, anything that there is. That's what we all are here on this planet to do. So if you're feeling alone, go to all the places where everyone is alone, and then you're all together, and then you have that to help kind of band and get through. You don't have to pick one community over the other. You can bounce back and forth. The amount of times, I'll speak to Jackie and I, the amount of times that Jackie and I are like, did you just see what he just said? Yes, I saw what he just said. I can't believe it. Okay, I'm gonna reply this. Okay, once you reply, then I'm gonna like it, and then I'm gonna reply to yours. Okay, sounds good. We're going back in. And then we go back in, and we say, okay, we're here. And that's really what it's here, and that's what we're here to do. And I think, I mean, we're sitting here on this call. The 5 of us have all got together 6 minutes before you saw us, and we're all still incredibly like-minded. And I already know right away that I would do anything for any of them, and I know they do the same for me. And that's just what this place is like. And we can all lean into the beauty of it and make it a better place, so that 20 years from now, we're going to say, I remember when there were no women in this space, and how crazy is that? And they're going to be like, what? I can't find a man anywhere. And it's going to be so great. But in general, any last things anybody wants to say, plug, kind of make note of, talk about before we sign off?
I would like to talk the last one, set boundaries.
Oh, yes.
Like we can like make different places which is safe for women, and harassment free environment. And also we have to take, like, first step, we have to protect ourselves. And if there is like harassment or a sexual harassment in a gaming place, we should take action, and all gaming places should have rules and regulations. Like that, I think we can protect ourselves.
I love that. It's true.
Definitely.
Thank you. And also we can like ask help from communities, which helps women to have a safe environment when gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Love that too, for sure. Thank you so much. Anybody else want to share anything before we head on out? No?
No.
Well, then I'm going to
Just have
plug.
fun.
Yeah, have fun. I'm going to plug the next panel that starts in about an hour, focusing on girls in gaming, and just it's stacked with some pretty incredible women that are gamers and leaders and community members and streamers and content creators and everything in between. And they are in it and they are doing it. And so they've got some really great thoughts and advice, and just excited to be able to hear from them next. And thanks to R.I.S.E for having us today, and excited for the rest of the event today.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank
All
you.
right.
Amazing. I'm just gonna pop in here. I know nobody can see me. It's Rebecca from R.I.S E. I do want to say thank you to all of you for taking the time to be here, to Sari, to Sue, to Jackie, to Mickey, to Eric, and to Mina, who joined us at the end. We had some serious tech issues. She was supposed to be a part of the panel. So Mina, thank you so much for coming in at the end there, and we apologize for that. But amazing conversation, and I hope everybody who's been listening has found a way to connect with all of you and see the amazing work that you're doing. And thank you to all of you for educating me in this space.
Yeah,
Thanks for
you're
having
welcome.
us.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Yeah,
having
no,
us.
thank you. You're amazing, Rebecca, and it's awesome.
Oh, stop it. So we're just gonna We're gonna go over to watching some F1 racing, I think.
Right.
Oh, we're taking a quick break. We're gonna watch some racing, and then we will be hitting up that panel that Sari was talking about.
All right.
Sounds good.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, that was amazing.
Yay,
Were you guys
that was
all
so
there?
good. Yes.
That
We
was
did it.
so good. Yes.
Okay. We're back with some F1 here.
I can't hear you.
Oh.
So you're not logged in as you on Discord.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm good.
We have to all
Sky, you're muted on Discord.
Okay. And
Do you need me muted on Discord?
you're gonna need your phone.
I should be going through the stream still, right?
Yes, you're still. But if you're trying to hear Trevor and I, we're all talking.
In my hat.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, I'm not deafened, but.
No, you're just muted. So we won't be able to hear you.
Yeah, you're gonna unmute Discord because you muted it for the session.
Okay.
As soon as you do this.
You guys are probably gonna regret having me unmute. All right. Lots of AIs here to have some fun. That's what we got for spectator menu. Thank you, EA, re-enabling this every single time.
Are you ready to go to track?
I'm in 2 seconds. It's just I have to join.
We're just into the qualifying here.
What channel do you want to be in? Whatever one's Scott's on.
Turn the spectator menu. Oh, let's not too fast a slap.
Probably.
All right, we'll do it anyway. It's F5 and F6, right? Or is it F7, F8? F7, 8. Okay. Fortunately, I have no sound. Probably because my headset's turned off now that I think about it.
What room are you in? Overwatch chat.
Am I the wrong one?
What room are you in?
Ciphers, V7 ciphers. Where do you guys want me?
Anywhere. I just need to know what fucking room.
I'm just in the channel with Cypher.
What are you talking about channel with Cypher?
There's a chat.
V7 Cypher's channel.
Yeah, so
You guys should fight.
no. Oh, seriously. So
That'd be good entertainment.
Yeah.
I don't know where VR7
Battle Royale.
Yeah.
he has his own chat. Is it possible that he's not able to see this?
No.
Okay.
If he's logged into his account, that's.
I don't see it.
Okay, just create your own channel. I'll join you.
It's in the R.I.S.E.
It's in Rise
section.
Gaming.
Okay.
When we're doing the whole
You
tournament.
see it there. Try and click on the. Click on Rise Gaming.
Yeah, it should expand.
Now try and join.
To what? Click on.
See where all those names are?
There you go.
There.
So you're muted because your headphone. Yeah, that's not.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's check out, see how these AIs are doing. There we go.
That's F5.
Probably not. But at the same time, as soon as I went to like actually start talking, a bunch of people started talking to me. So the answer to your question is no, but you get to enjoy it anyway. Viewer. All right. So the AIs are the only ones to get any laps in right now, while the virtual guys get out there. Cypher doing his out lap right now. It's always a fun map. Lots of crashes on this map. Very difficult track. Turn 13, turn 27. The only two real turns on this whole thing. Everything else is quite short.
You won't because he's not in Discord. I won't. You'll never hear Scott.
I mean, I'm. Okay.
Is it too strong?
Now Cypher's on his first actual lap here. Good time so far. Love to see that purple in the first segment.
Oh, it's my turn. Sorry.
Clean so far. The Nubifier car out there on the track now.
Never seen that before. Hate to see it.
Purple segments all around. Showing the AIs who's boss.
Yeah, it's almost. You're right, it's not. See, it's like,
Oh, coming around turn 13 here.
so
Clean so far. And fastest lap. Very nice. Great start in the qualifier. Let's check out how Nubifier car is doing. Ooh. Spawn right out into the wall. Good thing we got to catch that on the cam. Alright, let's head back up to Cypher. It is tough racing in that big rig if you're not used to it.
what do you need, brother? Yeah, was it just a fuck up? You exited menu into a wall?
No. It's...
Doctor Who joined. That's one of our actual racers. Yep, yeah, in the Discord, yep.
Oh, that's where you want me to talk to you?
Yeah, you're already in the Discord, so all you have to do is flip up your mic and you're good to go.
But are these other people gonna hear me?
No, we're not. Our Discord channel's not live, is it? Scott,
Hmm?
our Discord channel's not live, is it?
No, I have it. It's turned off here.
Yeah, it's turned off. Okay, we're good.
So if I just do this.
Yeah, if you speak, you'll only talk to them. You won't talk to the stream.
Okay. Clean racing here from Cypher. No spinouts. Love to see it.
Yes, we can.
Okay, you can.
She's incredibly low.
Yeah, they said that on the stream.
Got that P1 position right now.
That might be your output on Discord we need to turn up.
Coming up to the turn 27 here. Going to the other side. Oh. No purple segment this time. But at the end of the day with this race, you really just want to finish. This one, when we did our race league for this one, there were so many people who crashed. It's disastrous. Doctor Who left the session. Don't even know who that is.
Yeah?
Can we just do her and I?
Yep. We can just add an extra section. That's not a problem. Once I finish this lap and go back into the pit, I will help figure out the best time for that.
Okay, so technically we're supposed to do my 30-minute thing at 2:30. It's 2:25 right now. I'm in no rush to get 30 minutes of talking.
No, we'll stretch this race out so it's not going to be 30 minutes of talking.
Okay, Cypher getting into the pit there. Get his car all juiced up, ready for a nice new fast lap. See how the AIs are doing. Is anybody even on the track? Yeah, okay, Science is on the track right now. At least you know the AIs are all going to make it around the track. They're not going to be the fastest at doing it, but they get the job done. Alonzo, king of the bots right now. Looks like all the AIs are pretty happy with their time and have no intention of going for any more. Let's see if Leclerc can get a faster time.
Are you looking at this right now?
Yeah.
So like right here was when
you're trying to adjust the 360 to
Although the bots, generally speaking, just put a decent lap in and then they just don't care. Although actually, that's a new fastest segment for Leclerc.
And we're talking about
It'd be kind of hilarious if he took the fastest time there.
It shouldn't be an issue. Okay.
Okay, so I'll tell her that we'll bring her on.
Might be in the main.
Okay. How did the clerk do? He did beat his time. 132. He went up a little bit. Botas actually still out on the track. One of two people.
Okay.
No
And what
video.
are people looking at?
They'll still be seeing exactly what they're seeing now. They'll just hear you talk over top.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So what channels
So
do you run on?
nothing changes.
Okay. Okay. Botas, not going to be this time here. Not even close. But, looks like Alonso, still the best bot out there. Oh, anyone else even putting a lap on? Yes, Norris is. McLaren cars both in last here.
Still got P1.
Gasly looks like he wants to get one more lap in. Pretty clean so far here. But honestly, like watching the AI's race is kind of boring because they really just don't mess up. They they just get the job done. And so when we don't have any players racing, there's really not much to look at. Like what? We've got Gasly out here doing an outlap. Boring. Only person actually putting anything in right now is Norris. Okay, Gasly's done his outlap now.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. No. So I was just saying.
Let's see. Oh, he did get a new fastest segment in there by 2 seconds. Maybe he will actually move up the podium here. Honestly, even 2 seconds isn't even enough to move him up very much. But we'll see. Turn 13. Then the straight. He needs to shave off a lot more than what he is. 132. That's pretty good. Puts him to 4th. All right. Who else is actually putting in a lap? Gasly. Let's see how he's doing. Everyone else is just chilling in the pit lane.
Something like a Super Smash Brothers or Rocket League, because those were ones that you can play on multiple things.
Jordan. What's that?
All right. How you doing here, Gasly? Oh, Gasly's way behind. There's no way he's putting in a good time on this one. We'll put this up. We don't need that.
It doesn't have to go through anyone. However, Overwatch kind of is.
Yep. Gasly chunked it there. But you know what? Sometimes that happens. Anyone else actually? Oh, a bunch of cars are coming out to get one last lap. Holy crap. All at once, too. These AI, it's like a hive mind. Oh my god, look at them all go out at the same time. Every single one of them. Okay, who's at the front of the pack? Cypher. Alright. It's on his outlap here. Here we go. One last lap in. See if he can beat his time. Sargent. Oof. 5-second grid penalty. Illegal blocking. You blew it, bud. That's what happens when all the bots go out at the exact same time and gets in each other's way. Oh my god. Okay, only 0.3 up from his last lap. He can make that time up. That's very close. He's got all the bots are way out of his way too. Let's see if Cypher can make the most of this. The bots are definitely getting in each other's way still. Slowing each other down. Alright, we'll see where Cypher's at with this next segment here. A second slower. I'm sure he doesn't like being told he's being a second slower, because he can hear me. Although sometimes it's nice to know when you have to push it. Coming up on turn 13 here on the final stretch. Oh, okay, it looks like doing the weave. Alright, going for one more. See, did any of the bots actually get any good laps there? No. Every single one of them got in each other's way and couldn't even get a good lap in there. Although they are pretty spread out now, so we'll see if one of them can move up the podium. Oh, Albin. Okay, takes second there. Okay, a bunch of people finishing now. Hamilton manages to snide. Oh yeah, he slid into second right at the last second there. Oh, and Tsunoda actually gets ahead of him. Okay. Positions are definitely changing here. Piastri still dead last. Well, other than Nubifier.
These all bots?
Yeah, it's for the guys.
Oh yeah, AI, sorry.
I'm commentating the AI wars.
Nice.
Mm.
We got 2 minutes.
We got the two players on each end of the spectrum here, first and last.
But I'm gonna try to get out this because so the rig and fucking chair two screens, but more ergonomic because it's
All right, let's see how things go in the race. See if the AIs crash anybody out. We've seen it before. Bot Cypher on the last race was a menace, running people off the road.
Because yeah, Miami's just fake.
Miami's a fake
It's all
beach.
fake.
With yachts.
I know, right? People are just like lounging on the fake one.
Here, press advance. Never mind. Never mind. It's ready on purpose.
My plan when I get back from Puerto Rico is a hole with a fan. A hole with a fan. from the back row. Because it's not that the basement, this localized area needs to get straight.
There's some power in that.
Actually, put the fucking fan.
Guys, please all take note that I'm at the top of the leaderboard and this never happened, so
Something popped up here.
Let's
Marion1408 subscribed to the channel. Thank you very much for the support.
That's a given.
Oh my god.
Very much appreciated.
I can't change my ratio.
Thank God that worked. I wasn't sure if my notifications were going to work or not.
F7?
When we switch systems out all the time, sometimes it doesn't pop up. But thank you very much.
This is F7 here.
Yeah, it's weird. It didn't pop up in the stream chat. But that's okay. We caught it.
Low. Said give me the low. Yeah, we'll do that.
All right. Big AI race here.
Is there a formation left?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm good whenever you are.
Okay, good.
Let's start it up.
As soon as the players are ready, we will get going. Here we go. I get to miss the beginning. There we go. Turn that off and that off. Okay, this is just a formation lap here, so no need to get too crazy with it. Hopefully everybody finishes the formation lap. That wasn't a burn on anyone in particular. But those who crash, you know who you are.
Roasted.
Hey, I didn't call anyone out in particular, okay?
I
Yeah, just to be clear. Yeah.
This is how we do it.
Although to be fair, in every race, every single race, like almost half the race crashes out or DNFs.
Yeah, but Tom always crashes.
That is true.
Right.
Yes, you are.
He's not even here. He's on his own rig or whatever, and you know. Come on, Tom.
A lot of people crashed out of Saudi though last time. Saudi's a hard race.
Yeah, that was horrible.
Yeah, but it was a lot of fun to watch actually. All right, so far so good. No crashes on the.
On the formation lap.
Yeah, on the formation lap.
AI usually are pretty good at formation laps.
Yes, but what they are really good at is taking out players when they try and pass.
They are.
Yes, as we saw from the last race where Cypher took out 3 players.
Hey, I didn't take out anyone.
No,
The AI did. I was
sorry,
at work.
the Cypher AI took out like 3 people.
I was at work. I'm not.
And made them rage quit.
I still can't hear anyone.
You can't hear me when I'm talking right now? Damn, he must have the sound on really loud.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't talking in Discord.
Okay, do you want me to talk in Discord too?
Yes, I can.
There, I will talk in Discord as well. Who else is in there? No? I would think no.
Purple, let's go.
Okay, I'm not going to then. All right, here we go. The actual start.
We're switching to us talking in
5
5 minutes.
minutes.
Okay,
Yep. And we are off. Cypher in the front. Followed by the Tsunoda Hamilton bots. All right, in about 4 minutes here, we're gonna switch away from me and yeah, okay. Distracted there. Cypher pulling away from the pack now. 1.3 seconds ahead of Tsunoda. Very clean racing so far from everybody. No bots have ran each other off the road. Uh-oh. I say that as Cypher loses a wing. Both wings. Uh-oh. Good thing we had the cam right on him. Struggling to turn without the wings. He's going to have to pit and get those wings put back on. Coming up to turn 13. He's going to have a hard time actually hitting this turn. There he goes. Turn. Wow, that's actually a very clean turn with no wings on.
You think I'm giving up my lead because I have no wings? Get out of here!
He's committing. He's committing to do the race with no wings. Still gets fastest lap. Who needs them? Wings are overrated. I don't even know why they have them on the cars.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I got this. Watch this. No wings, no problem.
Ha! You heard it here first, folks. No wings, no problem. Cutting a lot of corners.
I'm not cutting corners.
Oh, sorry.
I'm out of corners. There's
Yes, you are right. Oh, well, it gives the AIs lots of time to catch up. They need it. Oh, you got that turn nice and clean. Oh. Looked like Hamilton wanted to pass him, but they're fighting with each other and slowing each other down right now. Cypher is just going to commit to do the race with no wings. Gotta respect that. When you look at him and then all the other cars, it's like one of these things is not like the other.
One of these things is not like the others.
Gotta love losing both wings in the first lap.
The scoreboard's too far away. I looked away.
Yeah. Oh, well, everyone's going to have to pit at some point. He just has to last till then. Good news is he's slowing everybody down with him. All right. Oh. We missed what happened in Nubifier there. They're in the pit. Must have lost a wing or something as well. Throwing on the hards, probably smart. You can probably get 15 laps out of hards. Wingless Cypher still going strong. At a certain point, he's going to be used to turning without any
I am
wings.
from last race. Why do you think I'm still going?
He's got Tsunoda right behind him. I know Tsunoda wants to pass him.
Do you want to start getting the other panel sorted out?
Okay, 12:45.
So as soon as you guys start talking, Scott.
Yeah.
But
It's okay.
we're
Thank you
glad
so
that we've been
much.
able to connect. So just while we're finishing, oh, you're welcome. We've got the guys in the background playing driving. I don't know what the right terminology is. But we were supposed to have you on our panel for community and allyship. I would love for people to hear about you and what you do and where you are. So do you want to give us a little background on you?
Yeah, sure. I'm Minha Farooq. I'm from Sri Lanka. I'm a professional mentor at International Game Developers Association. I'm also a professional teacher, game making, coding, and STEM lessons for kids and adults. And I'm also a Women in Games ambassador and video games ambassador for worldwide.
I'm also professional gamer, and I make games by myself, educational games for kids, and entertainment games for kids. And I design the game, I develop it, and I do QA testing for gameplay. Like a freelancer, I do projects worldwide. And I would like, I'm a volunteer,
That's
and
wonderful.
these days
I'm
yes, I'm a
wondering. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, these days I'm volunteering as a mentor. Recently, I volunteered as a mentor for Canadian Women Game Jam 2013, and I give professional advice how to write biodata, how to write CVs for game industry, how to get a job, for especially for women. I do that. Um, I like as a volunteer. Yeah, I do that. And if they have any questions related to how to make game CV and what qualifications they need, and if they are a beginner who doesn't know anything about the game industry and who wants to join the game industry, I'm ready to help them.
Wonderful. That I know when we first connected, you told me all about the amazing things that you were doing. And you did
Yeah.
also share a story. So, I mean, in our last panel, it was kind of, making people aware of the issues that females face in STEM and specifically in the gaming world. I'm wondering if you could give us an example
Yeah.
have had to deal with,
In gaming, but
being a woman in tech.
yeah, sure. So in women in tech,
Yeah, and yeah,
there are like
yeah.
most of them are men in tech and there are like few women in technology side and in game industry. And there are a lot of problems, like when you want to be in this game industry, there will be there will be like harassment in gaming and tech, equally in tech. So and there are a lot of beliefs, like stereotype belief, like women cannot do better like men. People think like, most of the people think like that. In when you get like in the industry, in game industry, and also like judges for the competition with stereotype thinking, it's very difficult. And there are other problems. So if you want to study in game industry, I personally had like a bad experience in it, like lot of harassment, like physical. And women, they don't like to be they don't like girls or women coming to the industry, and they don't like to, they think women are not for this field, because they only use as a sex object. Most of the men think
Oh, there she is.
it, yeah. So they don't like women are women to be in the industry and be equal and get equal salary. And they want to suppress women. Most when I see in this industry, I get like ideas, because they say like women can't do anything in gaming. Even I had a lecturer, male lecturer, in my class all were men, like boys, and I was the one girl in that class. And he doesn't like me to touching the game related accessories. He doesn't want me to play games with them, like that. So they don't like women going for like going forward in that industry, and they want to suppress. So I think you can overcome these problems and many other problems by being positive in a negative side, like negative, if negative incidents happening, there's a negative incident, like someone is like not allowing you to go forward, so you can like be very strong, like very, you have to be very positive, take it like you. For me, I will give advice, because I did my first game without help with anyone. No, I didn't have anyone a team, so I won prizes. So now I am a game teacher. So like in 6 years I came, like I have like big jump, and now I'm a mentor. I can help others. So if you want to do something, do it with passion, and don't bother about that. And don't take the problems. Don't take like don't think that problem, if there's a problem we cannot achieve our goal, we have to go. Like there will be problem and obstacles when we, but we should be take it, we should be like, we should think strong and be strong until we achieve the goal, and we also can help others.
That's wonderful, Mina. And I know that in the conversation in the last panel, it was, can you give me an example of something that you've experienced? But then the follow up was, what is your advice? And I think you're living proof that uh, you need to fight as a female and just do. Coming on. And again, I really apologize for us not being able to have you on the last panel. But any last thoughts or
It's okay.
information that you would like to share with anyone that's watching?
Yeah, I would like to like tell others like, don't worry if you can't achieve your, if you do like, if you have problems while achieving your goal to be in the game industry as a game developer or a designer or a QA tester or any other roles. So if you, even if you think like you don't have proper teacher to teach you, like I got the bad experience, like who, like I went for the university and I was like, I didn't, they didn't allow me because I'm a Muslim girl wearing the scarf, and they don't want like, they think our religion, which I follow, is not suitable to take advantage of them like a man, like they want sexual advantages from women, and they want to flirt. So they think my religion is not for that. So they thought you can't, they said directly you cannot come to the university. So but I did it without them. I came in 6 years, I went like, I came, I'm now in game industry and helping others. So I'm giving the advice, don't like get afraid because of these problems. You get anything like harassment or any other problems, like racial issues or any because of your color. If someone ignores, and if you like ignore in a big place like a top university, also don't think, you can come, like you can go beyond them and you can help others. So that is my advice, be strong and be positive and help others.
Mina, I'm so sorry. I got bumped. I
Hello.
got bumped out of Discord. So I think you were still
Okay.
chatting there, and I missed the last little bit of what you were saying. But I really appreciate your time, and we do have to move on to our next panel. So, where can people
Sure.
find you if they want to follow you?
They can find me on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook and Instagram.
Wonderful.
And
Thanks
also
so
I have,
much.
yeah,
Oh,
and I, yeah, thank you so much. And I have a Twitch account that is recently I opened that. So if you want, you can follow me on that also.
wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. And thank you for the lovely opportunity. I really enjoy it. I love it. Thank you, Rebecca.
Wonderful. We'll be in touch.
Yeah, sure.
you're live.
Awesome. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Empowering Women in Gaming, hosted by R.I.S.E Academy. This event is supporting WIGI, or Women in Games International, a 501c3 nonprofit organization that champions a safe, inclusive, and diverse workforce in video gaming, tabletop, and esports industries. You can help further support WIGI by donating to their campaign. There should be a QR code or a message in chat for further information on that. Now, we're really excited for this panel to discuss some of the issues that women in gaming face. Throughout the history of gaming, the connotations around the title gamer girl haven't always been the most positive, and this group of panelists is here to shed a light on their experiences in gaming, the hurdles they've had to overcome, and explore ways to reclaim the title of gamer girl. Now, if I could have the panelists introduce themselves, I'd love to kick it off with Felicia.
Hi everyone, I'm Felicia or Bish. I am a PhD candidate right now, trying to finish up and graduate. During the first year of my PhD, I got involved in collegiate esports, and now I do both. So that's a little bit about me. And that's I think the shortest way to go about that. So, does anyone want to go next before we, volunteer you guys or you gals? Nobody.
I can go. I'm Cody. I am a senior at Lawrence Tech, as well as the team captain and varsity COD player for Lawrence Tech. Again, just finishing up my last year. I got into esports back in 2021 when the program started. Really happy to be in this community. So.
I can go next. Hi, my name is Meg Danaher, aka Pepto Abysmal. I have been in esports since 2018. I graduated from Full Sail University back in 2021 with my master's. During my time at Full Sail, I was a player, a captain, a manager, student president. I did all of the leadership things. Sari Keitlin over at Full Sail really wanted to get rid of me, obviously. Graduated from Full Sail with a master's in entertainment business with a focus in sports management, focusing on esports. And then I got my first job at a university in Wisconsin, was there for 6 months, set up their program, designed their facility, and now I'm at Butler University as a senior esports coordinator.
I guess it's my turn now. Hi, everyone. I'm Marissa. I'm a senior partnerships manager at Generation Esports. We're a scholastic gaming company that runs tournaments from everywhere from middle school all the way up through collegiate and even some independent organizations. I'm also an Xbox community champion as part of the Xbox Ambassadors program, and I do a lot of work within the volunteer work within the gaming community for research and accessibility and advocacy for minority groups and things like that. So I'm kind of all over the place. I got started in esports back in college running tournaments for Halo. I'm not going to say which one because I'm old, but yeah, I've been around for a while.
That is fantastic. I guess I should introduce myself because I kind of jumped into it and didn't introduce myself. Hi, everybody. My name is Lindsay. I'm the Assistant Director of Esports and Partnerships at Harrisburg University. I actually graduated from Harrisburg University last May. They did not want to get rid of me, so they offered me a position as an Assistant Director. But during my time at Harrisburg University, I had internships with Sponsor United, Evil Geniuses. I worked as our club president for our esports club, and really just kind of got my hands in all things esports at Harrisburg University. And I'm really excited to have the conversation today with all our awesome panelists about being a woman in gaming and being a gamer girl. So we're going to kick it off with our first question of what does being a gamer girl mean to you? If I could have Cody kick us off with that one, that would be great.
Yeah, so my definition of a gamer girl is very simple. I'm assuming I'm the youngest in this group. I haven't played a while. Gamer girl to me has always just been a girl that plays video games. Nothing extra, nothing less. So.
Absolutely. Felicia, would you like to add to that?
I mean, I always viewed it that way until social media kind of forced a different view of the word on me. Um, but my definitions never change, so it is just a girl who games, and not like, what TikTok and social media have put it. So yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely those connotations of a gamer girl being something that's other than a girl playing games. And, you know, I think it's important that we all recognize women in gaming and girls in gaming and what they do. And it's really nothing that's out of the ordinary. And we're here and we're here to have fun. Now, we've had some, you know, stereotypes that women in gaming have faced. How do you all kind of see these stereotypes? And what are some of the stereotypes that you've kind of faced in gaming? Marissa, if you want to kick us off with this one.
Oh my gosh, there's so many. Most of them not great. The biggest one is that we're just not good at games, and if we are, we have to be ugly or weird, even though everyone's their own kind of weird anyway. Or maybe we're a nerd, or we have some kind of issue with socialization. If you're pretty, then you can't actually like games. You're a poser, or you're just wanting attention. And that everyone, there's an assumption that we all have and we probably do, I'm not gonna lie, but the like pink cat ear like headset like Felly Bish is rocking right now. Um, but a lot of, companies, because of that assumption, they don't give us other colors or other ideas of what we might like as, female gamers in the space.
Definitely. I do love a good cat headset, and I love when
Yeah.
Halo did ear
Me
helmets.
too.
I think that was
I'm not gonna
phenomenal and
lie.
really checked the boxes.
I got this to lean into the stereotype because I was like they're like, oh, are you gonna get the cat ears? And I'm like, you know what? Matter of fact, yes, I am.
I love that you can also get like the cat ears to put on any headset, and
I
it just
didn't know
makes
that.
it. I think it's I forget what company makes them,
Razor.
but they're pretty cool. I thought okay, that's who I thought it was.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, Megan, would you kind of be able to talk about some other stereotypes you've seen on the collegiate side when it comes to being a leader in the collegiate esports space?
Yeah. So when it comes, so a lot of my really early experiences, because I basically, when I first had gone to my university, like starting out in the collegiate space, I had gone to tryouts and with no real expectation, I was like, I'm new to this university. I'm looking to make friends, make this a social thing. And on my first tryout, the managers of the program were like, we really love your communication skills. Will you be the captain? And I'm like, I'm essentially a freshman with no leadership experience, but sure. And with that, I came into the team being a younger female player, going into like a team that already had some seasoned male players already on the team. With that being said, they were very ill receptive to like my leadership style, like not helpful in regards to like actually giving me a chance necessarily. And so I think that kind of goes back, piggybacking off of what Marissa said, just that generally you don't know what you're talking about, like there's no way you can like lead us, even when you do put into place some really good like structure, good practice schedules, etc. If your team doesn't respect your opinion or like your leadership style, in which that's a huge stereotype that like women can't lead, then yes, of course, you're not going to see the cohesion, you're not going to see the growth and change that you're looking for as a player. So yeah, like that's one of the biggest things that I've experienced personally, is just the no one respecting you, especially when it comes from older male players, because they're just like, well, I deserve that role because I've been here longer. And it's like, just because you're seasoned doesn't mean anything. It's about who leadership deems to be leadership on that team. So at that point, you need to work with your captain at that point and build better communication styles across the board and give people a chance. And with that, like the stereotype being that you can't lead, then people just don't give you that chance that you really need.
Can I just hop on to that? Because
Yeah.
my experience
Yeah.
was definitely the opposite. So I'm 29 and I started gaming like in 2018 after my brain injury as a way to heal it. So people are like, you're too old. You have no idea what you're talking about. So I was captain of people way younger than me. I was a PhD student, they were undergrad. And so it was like a lot of pushback because I was female, but also the age impacted things. And I'm viewed either as like a grandma or just a typical gamer. Like it's never just like in the middle. But like um so they didn't really have a lot of older people in the program, and I think that also was an issue too. And it's just really funny you mentioned it because I'm like, I feel like I'm the opposite end, but same experience.
Yeah, and I
If
think that,
Cody, oh,
yeah. Oh no,
Sorry, go
I was just
Megan.
gonna say, like, kind of like the age component too. I think that that's something that across the board in any industry, like the lack of respect for especially older gamers, whether that be male or female, but especially female on that end, I've seen that a lot, and I always hate whenever I see it. And I try to call it out whenever I do. So I feel you, Shelly.
Definitely the calling out is fantastic. And, Cody, I wanna quick ask you, you're involved in the COD community, so I'm really
Yeah.
interested to see kind of what your experiences have been when it comes to stereotypes of being a woman in COD.
Uh, I mean, it's not. I haven't had the worst of it. Of course, I have a friend that plays a lot more than I do. She's actually in chat, but a lot of it is watching like her compete in the WXE, so Alley Cat's professional COD league. Just being in the chat and seeing like these people that come in have no idea what's going on. Excuse me, and just like talking about how, oh well, so and so's only like this because their boyfriend is a CDL player, or so and so's not that good, or this and this. When I'll be honest with you, watching some of these players, especially my friend, I'd be terrified to go up against them. I'd be terrified for one of my teammates who's like really really good at the game, has been playing for a long time. I don't even know if he would do well against them because it's just a different level, and a lot of it's, oh well, they're women and they're weaker. So
Mm, yeah. To kind of follow up on this, one of the things we talked about was calling out these unwanted actions. But what are some of the other things that you all have done to kind of overcome unwanted behaviors in the gaming space?
uh I mean, personally for me, just supporting my friends, leading by example. I mean, again, I might not be the greatest player out there, but I'm gonna support my friends like they are, or I'm gonna act like I am. Just the allyship, because like the worst thing you can do is just isolate someone so that it's them against everyone else.
Hmm. Definitely. And I know we talked about this the other day too. Just like being that voice, being that calling out person of when you see something in the community that makes somebody uncomfortable or really is impacting somebody negatively, just being that voice and saying, "Hey, that's not okay." Because that's really the least you can do is call it out and tell people, "Hey, that's not cool. We got to cut that out." So, there's all the toxicity that's still in gaming. If we start, earlier calling it out, that helps to eliminate it as we move forward. Now, one of the next questions, I think we've kind of touched on it a little bit, but what do you all see as some of the struggles that women have in gaming that might be disproportionate to men or other genders in this space?
I'd
I
say
would like
again. Oh, you
oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. I was just gonna say the first thing that comes to mind is just being taken seriously, whether that's as a gamer or working in the industry or as a streamer, or it could be anything. Just being taken seriously is like the first and biggest obstacle that we come up against.
Hmm.
Yeah, and I was gonna say again, COD wise, because that's my vein in all this. Uh, Not being able to use voice chat. As soon as people find out I'm a girl, everybody turns against me. Most of the time, I personally just mute the chat. I don't have any fun with it. It actually kind of drains me from the game. So again, just the constant of like, I'll talk in chat and, oh guys, we're gonna lose. The girls on the team, or oh my god, get back in the kitchen, and stereotypical stuff like that. That just makes it really, really hard to focus on the game because I now feel I have to prove something, and I not even try to be at least middle to top of the leaderboard.
Like, just
Yeah.
jumping on that, I definitely have experienced that. And also too, like, even if like I've proven myself like playing in some tournaments. It's still like, what's this stat? What's this analytic? Did you read the patch notes? Obviously, yes, because I would love to play Apex professionally. So, yes, but no matter what I do, I literally get those questions. So, for my own sanity, doing 20 hours a week to maintain varsity on top of a PhD, I just mute everything except for the pings in Apex because I have goals and places I want to reach in gaming and in Apex, and I don't need the toxicity and the draining of my energy when I'm really trying to focus, lock it in, and just kind of get good. So yeah, that's definitely, I just block, like, I don't block and mute, I mute. I'm so used to Twitter saying that. I mute them all, and yeah, that's just because I've had horrible experiences, and I definitely know I could have made some connections, but my sanity is more worth it when I'm playing that long.
Yeah, and going off of that, I don't even use voice chat when I'm playing with teammates or friends. It's either Discord or we just do pings because I don't want to put the energy out there or really have to hear the double hearing of hearing myself in Discord and then hearing myself through my friend's microphone. Because I'll tell you, microphones aren't great in COD. But
Yeah. Something that I kind of wanted to add to, and this is kind of going a little bit farther back for the struggles of women in gaming. And I think this is slowly starting to change. But generally, how a lot of young women are raised by their parents and their family is not with a lot of exposure to gaming, and so a lot of us kind of have found ourselves getting really into it when we're older, which that also then puts us at a basically in a disadvantage. And I've been told I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing, but from several of my friends, they're like, yeah, if you've been playing games from when you were younger, then you probably would be a whole lot better than you are right now. And you're already really good, but if you'd had that like foundational, like while your brain was still developing, getting into those good gaming habits, then you would be a lot better than you are currently. And like I said, that's a compliment or a like a slight, we don't know, but in general, I think that that's a huge thing in terms of women in gaming too, is that we need to start moving the societal shift that girls, the he, she's, and theys, or can like basically pursue anything that interests them, and basically not saying dolls are for girls and transformers are for boys, and we need to make sure that we're opening up those opportunities if people have interest in them, in those sorts of things. So that's a long-term struggle that I think we're starting to see a lot more development in.
yeah, and even
Hopefully.
on, and I'd even to hop on that. As someone, I played traditional sports growing up. I was actually told to get off the games as a kid. Like I played,
Same.
I can tell you right now, the main game I played as a kid until we got a Wii U was Wii Sports. Or I played, Disney had a car racing game through Cars. Or I played that in Just Dance because it was always the thing of like, well, your gaming is not doing anything for you. You need to go outside.
Yeah, I think one of the things additionally, just kind of shift a little bit, Cody, you mentioned it, how when you're gaming, you have to mute and you decide to mute. And I think Felicia, you also mentioned this. The way that that changes the game so drastically too. You know, it's like we're playing on a completely different field and it's at a disadvantage because we can't play the game the way it was supposed to be played with the communication. You know, and Felicia, you said this for lack of your or for your sanity rather. It's important to do that, and until we're able to do that societal shift, like Megan said, we'll just have to find ways to keep making sure that we can advance ourselves and make sure that this is a safe space and a welcoming space for everybody. I had something else I wanted to add, and I lost it. If it comes back, I will have to bring it back up. But I think this is another topic we've kind of touched on, but you know, it is a major pain point in our industry. So, you know, you don't have to go too in depth, but have any of you ever seen or experienced the harassment of a female gamer, whether it was yourself or a friend? And if so, what did you do?
Okay, I'm just gonna speak to this real quick because it always is painful to bring up. But before the whole deepfake AI controversy happened with the Twitch partners, it personally happened to me, and they sent it to my parents. So I woke up one morning and had to call my mom and tell my mom and my dad that that is not me really in that video. I do not make content like that. There was a whole site put up, and the only way I could protect myself was to trademark my gamer tag, which I was fortunate enough my mom like donated the money to like help me do that. Because otherwise there would be no recourse for that. And once if that ever happens again because it is trademarked, I could legally kind of you throw that around. But if you aren't as lucky, I'm an unfunded PhD student, so like it was kind of I didn't think I was going to be able to trademark it, and then if you don't, you have no protection. So, experiencing that type of harassment along with the fierce anti Semitism I get, I wake up to constant hate messages. And so it's really on me to make my social media and my platform a really welcoming space because of all the hate. But luckily, because I've been through that experience with the deep fake AI, when I see other girls on Twitter that it happened to, or anyone else really, I could reach out, I could tell them the steps I took, and maybe that'll help. So I try to find the positive in it. But yeah, mine is super extreme, but that's what, can happen. So
Mine's not as extreme. I do have a little bit of a deeper voice for female, and I get sick quite a bit. But a lot of it's just the offhand comments, like I said, like get in the kitchen, you probably look ugly, all this. A lot of like a lot of people I play with, even my male counterparts or non-binary counterparts, like everyone's just having a bad day and nipping at it. Honestly, the only thing we can do is ignore them. There's really no point in adding fuel to the fire. Another instance, and I'm gonna hype my coach up for a little bit. I was playing with my coach one time, and somebody on the other team told her to go make a sandwich, making all these comments, and her only response, which is funny to me, was like, "Hey, after this game, look me up. Like, look up my name, look at my gamer tag, because you'll find out that she's actually a director of LTU eSports." I can't. I don't say the same thing because my name doesn't come up for esports. I've done too much in my life to just come up for one thing. But just being able to be like, hey, like, why?
That's a good flex to give people. Look me up.
Yeah, I wish one day I'll have that flex, just not today.
Definitely. I think, what you were saying of like having a deeper voice. When I would play Overwatch and I would use voice chat, even in Valorant sometimes people would be like, "Oh, are you a boy or a girl?" And my response
Yeah.
would always be like, "Does it matter? Like I'm here to play games. I'm here to communicate. Like it really doesn't matter. You're going to treat me differently in what I tell you." And, sometimes they would get defensive with it and it's just like I'm just here to play a game.
I think my
And
I think my
mhm.
favorite insult to me had to have been, "Oh, this must be a little kid," and then they said
Mm.
something about my forehead, and I was like, how is that your comeback? Like, there's nothing creative going on here.
Oh
No.
my goodness.
Um, I was gonna say, like, for me, my biggest harassment story kind of was a real gut punch personally. So I was at one point when I was still a player, I was a team captain over two Overwatch teams, so I was leadership for both teams, and it was quite a lot. Like at one point, the boys on one of the teams had essentially been like, "We don't want you on our team anymore. Go play on the B team roster," and I was like, I don't even have the energy to fight you on this. I'm just going to leave of my own accord. And the other team was more fun anyway. But with that being said, another thing that kind of happened because of that, because I was one coordinating all their practices and their coaching and stuff like that. I would go to their practices, and so I would always be there prior to, and so then they would all come in at the same time, and I'm like, well, that clearly means they're somewhere else. Cool, whatever. They're just hanging out. Come to find out, like months later, a friend of mine had gotten into their private Discord, and I have screenshots upon screenshots of just horrendous things these people had said behind my back about me. Whether that be like sexual comments, rude comments, like financial comments, like oh she's richer than us, and I'm like I don't have any more money than anyone else, but okay. And it was a real gut punch because I had spent numerous hours, like I was giving up like almost a full-time job's worth of hours to get these teams prepped and ready to like basically win TESPA, and I was coordinating practices with them all the time, doing coaching with them, managing their time, etc. Just to find that they were saying the sorts of stuff behind my back was a real gut punch. And I thought these were people who were my friends, and I think that was something that was really it really affected me for a while, and it kind of took a lot of wind out of my sails when it came to wanting to continue to do it. Um, that's when I actually, at that point, it made me just not even like the game at all. And at that point, I had moved on to a different title at that point. So that's my story, and that kind of goes back to the whole thing about stereotypes about leadership and all that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that also kind of plays into the idea of us having to prove ourselves as women in gaming. We constantly have to be putting in all those hours, doing all this work, and even then, some people still don't see that as enough, and it's unfortunate because it really should not be that way. Now, we're at about the halfway point of our Gamer Girl panel here for Empowering Women in Gaming. If you haven't already, you can post some questions in chat and we'll check those out. And additionally, be sure to check out the Women in Games International fundraiser going on. Now, as we hop into our next questions, if you guys want to take a drink, take a moment, we'll hop in here. So, our next question, I think this is kind of something we've, discussed a little bit, but if it is acceptable to have male, female, and co ed physical sports, do you think that there are limitations with this in esports? If we have an all female league or we don't have women in all male leagues.
I can speak to that a little bit, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
With physical sports, I know people tend to view it as necessary because of, genetic advantages or disadvantages and that kind of thing. And with esports, that doesn't come into play in quite the same way. Usually it's, accessibility reasons or neurodiversity, because I know with some medications, they think it gives players advantages and things like that. Um, as a female identifying gamer, I used to actually be very much against having like all gamer leagues and things like that, because I just see myself as a gamer. I don't want to be separate. I just want to be equally respected and seen in the space the same way. However, having experienced what, all of us as females have horrible experiences, unfortunately, online in the game space, and it's, why we're even having this panel, um, just to draw awareness to that and things like that. Their experiences, like some of them, I realize they don't feel safe to play with guys anymore. And even though I'm the person that wants to go confront that and change the world, not everybody, wants to tackle it that way. And for them, it's necessary. I want them to have a safe place to play, whether or not I want specifically to be on that. It's incredibly necessary. And I mean, just like this panel, it's actually really awesome when you get to surround yourself with like-minded people who've had similar experiences, and everybody's got your back, and you don't have to have that worry in the back of your head, wondering kind of like what Pepto Bismol is saying, is your team talking trash behind your back when you're not there? Like you don't have to worry about that toxicity in the background.
And I would, as someone, a younger player that's newer to the scene, growing up, I always wanted to see female representation everything I did. I grew up watching NASCAR, so my favorite racer was Danica Patrick because I'm seeing a female do what I would love to do. If you put me in if you give me a car and I can drive as fast as I want, sign me up, put me in there.
Absolutely.
But yeah, and I think that's, and again, I want to be able to see both intermixed. I'd love to see a female CDL player. I would love to see all this, but at the same time, I appreciate things like women's carball, the WXC, FPS, seeing all these like females or female identifying people go and play these games, and it's not something I'm gonna see like I'd love to see someone like attach play, but to be able to watch my friend Razor or FDL and all this play this game that I appreciate. I'm not gonna say love because it's a love-hate relationship with COD, but a game that I appreciate and I play and watch them and learn from someone who has similar experiences to me, might think differently than what I would see in a CDL. See them do that and still be able to like talk their mess and do all this, and like it's great to see that, and I'd hope that those get bigger or as big as something like the CDL or Rocket League, because that representation's amazing. Like as a kid we need to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things for me, for the longest time, I was actually against women's leagues. I was like, oh, why do we need these? It should be co-ed. We really shouldn't have to have separate leagues. But the more I learned and the more I've kind of gone through this space, the more I'm understanding that, it has to start somewhere. We have to have this space where women can compete. And if it's in all women's leagues, it has to start somewhere. So why not there? And I think, things like women's cardball, VCT Game Changers, one of my favorite circuits, I think are really doing a phenomenal job of providing those opportunities. And then seeing people like Potter on Evil Geniuses as their coach helps you drive it even further.
Just huge.
Now, yeah, it is. It
and
is.
then and then just
She's
one more side
awesome.
point.
Yeah,
One more
go for
side
it.
point. As I'm really big in the Women's World Cup to the point I bought FIFA. It's another representation thing. This is a little bit more, but I know with the new FIFA coming out that they're adding women in the league, like where you can do like an ultimate team with women. I'm excited for that because that's another thing I want to do. I literally bought FIFA 23 just to play the Women's World Cup. I don't care anything else about men's football, soccer, whatever you call it. I bought it so I could play Sam Kerr or Katie McCabe, and I even wanted to. There's a game that you can do where you can do the career of someone, and I wanted to play the career of one of my lesser known players that's on the Ireland team, but her team's not on there because again they didn't put a lot of the women's team on. So I would love to see that progress because again we need that representation, and if I could tell 5-year-old me who was getting into video games, even if it was playing as Mater on Cars, having like that, like, oh my god, I can pick this female character, I can pick her because she's a female.
I
Definitely.
definitely. Oh, can I hop on? I don't want to like. If,
Yeah, no,
okay.
go right
So
ahead.
I really like when I view my career and like my aspiring. I'm just gonna manifest that I'm gonna be a pro at the ALGS. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. But
Yeah.
like I want to get there, and it's not like a strictly me thing. I want to get there so I can throw down the ladder for the people that want to climb with me. So it may look like it is a me thing getting there, but in my brain, the more women break into those like ed leagues, like I would love to see someone at the ALGS playing as a female. And so really for me it's like it's not just a me thing. I want to find other women that I can play with and bring them to that level, and then we go to the women's leagues and we're like, hey, this is not scary, we got you, come with us and we'll stick up for you. That is my, if everything goes perfect, manifesting situation. But definitely everything I do after the harassment I faced has been like, how do I bring them with me? How do we walk together on this journey and succeed? And so that's kind of like the way I look at it.
Yeah, and I'm an older sister, so I'm on the same vein of like passing it down. My sister hates video games. Could not get her to play any. We're polar opposites. But she has friends, and like my high school is starting a team, and I think they have one girl that's interested. But I want to be, even if I don't make it pro, because I'll be honest, I don't see myself going pro after college for COD. But I want to be able to set that up and be like, I want to be that mentor to someone, because if I can't get there, I need someone to get there.
And Philly, as a side note, I play Apex and I actually coach for Full Sail. I used to. So we should totally do it sometime.
Amazing. We're just going to shift a little bit from esports kind of more into the gaming realm. Do you all kind of see the over sexualization of female characters as an issue? Why or why not? You know, like the Lara Crofts of gaming. Um, really just kind of interested in the thoughts you all have.
When I was little, saw it a little bit. I saw a lot of like, well, why does she only get to wear like less than him, but it's the same protection? How is that? I questioned everything as a kid. This is why I went into graphic design. I was like, I'm gonna fix this. But it's nice to see as I got older, they take it a lot more seriously, especially because I play such a uh, masculine presenting game, and I only run female characters because it, again, the representation of that. But nice to see that like they have the characters. Like this recent operator came out and she's a little bit more feminine energy than some of the others, but I can also play someone that literally is just wearing a tank top, cargo pants, boots. Like it's not over sexualized, but yeah.
I think it depends on the attitude that it's being created as. If it's more so from a place of like women's empowerment, like I can kind of reference Loba in that regard. Like she is someone who is like, I'm gonna present myself however I want to because I am being myself, and this is what I feel comfortable wearing on the battlefield. And I think across the board, it also needs to be kind of linear. So there should be, pardon my French here, but there should be sexy options for Kyle and Sarah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it
Sexy
needs,
fuse.
yeah, exactly. Like it needs to be equal across the board. Like there shouldn't just be sexualized customization options just for the female or like other non-binary characters. It should be for both sides. And if it's done in a way that's respectful to kind of like who the character represents, and this isn't character-based games, but like it's what the character wants to like represent, and that's who they are as a person, then I think it's okay. But I think it needs to be in line with the character's values. Um, Not for the sake of like just because I can put Laura Croft in the least amount of clothes humanly possible, let me do it that way. Like there needs to be an inspiration behind it. Like why does she do that?
Mm-hmm.
And actually, just hopping on that, the whole big controversy with the whole summer Apex event was like, oh, Woba's gonna be in a bathing suit, and the launch trailer has a thirst trap for Fuse instead of Loba. So I loved how they subverted like community expectations. But Apex really does a good job of that, and I really do think that it's just so unfortunate because like also I would really like the armor that the cool dudes get. So a little unfair, but definitely,
Exactly.
yeah.
Like
Yeah,
kind of
and
like
then
in
we
World of Warcraft. I was just sorry, just really quick. I was just saying like in World of Warcraft, the same gear usually looks the same on both character models, but for some reason some like the older ones look way more sexualized on female characters versus male characters, and I think recently they've actually done it back. They rolled it back a little bit so that they look the same, both sexy versions on both characters. So I love that update. So it's like it's not just one way. But go ahead, Cody.
Yeah, I was gonna say, going off your point of it being like for a reason. I've played Red Dead. That's pretty much just Red Dead. I was gonna say GTA, but I haven't played that. But where it's like, or even like the new Zelda that came out, or Legend of Zelda that came out. I sounded so weird to say that. Sorry. I promise I know my game titles. It's been a long day. But like where it's like temperamental. Like if you're in the mountains, you have to wear more of this, versus if you're down in like Saint Denis, you're gonna wear more swamp clothing. I think that's grand. You're playing a male character, or even if you do online, having that ability to change it based on like the era you're in, I think would fix a lot. Or even like you said, having clothing that works for both. I think not a fix all, but having like unisex clothing that could be used for either body types, or even the customization. Because all honestly, a lot of people, they play these games because they see themselves in it.
Absolutely. Those are all fantastic points. And, we're going to kind of pull ourselves out of the games here a little bit and focus on how we've all kind of come to where we are and some of the struggles we faced. And one of the main, I would say, struggles a lot of us struggle with is imposter syndrome. So, how do you deal with imposter syndrome?
So
Which I know is
as
a
a
big question.
Yeah, I was gonna say, since I'm still a student, I'm also in a very rigorous design program. I deal with this a lot of comparing myself and critique to my classmates, peers, professionals. I actually met with a professor last spring, and I sat down with her because she's worked in the field for a while. And I was like, I'm really dealing with this imposter syndrome. I feel like none of what I make is good, all of this. And she kind of reframed how I thought about it. I don't personally call it imposter syndrome. It's more of, for my case, a fear of the future and uncertainty. Like we don't know what's going on, so it's fear. We call it imposter syndrome, but all honestly, it's she's had three things, but I can only remember two off the top of my head, and it's uh, fear to change because humans don't like change. It scares us, and even the fear of unknown. We're committing ourselves, especially going into my senior year. Like I moved into my new dorm today, dealing with a lot of like I don't a lot of thoughts of like, well, I'm a senior now. I came in with COVID. It doesn't feel like senior year. I'm expected to have this thesis project in the spring that I have to show off to professionals and all of this. And it's a lot of fear. The main way I kind of take away from that is I step away. I do turn to video games like FIFA. I'll play Rocket League because it's something I can turn music on to and just mindlessly play. I'll even watch YouTube videos. Like I said, I'm really big into the World Cup right now, so I'm watching Ruesha Littlejohn's RuTube. She was on the women's national team for Ireland. Just something to take my mind off of it. Also scheduling out time to focus on myself. So time to eat, go to the gym, talk to my friends, like just take myself away from my work. And I think the largest thing that I did that helped is separating my desk from my sleeping area. So I moved my desk into the other room for working and my gaming in the other room, so that my sleeping area is an area where there's no computer in here, no TV, just my phone at most, and I can just sit down, take a breather, and relax.
Absolutely.
I just got indoctrinated to imposter syndrome because I'm doing my PhD. So, like, I don't really handle it, and I wish I had some, like, amazing sage wisdom. Imposter syndrome and I are buddies. We hang out every day. Um, Honestly, I don't know if it's gonna change until I graduate because, I'm still wrestling with the fact that they're telling me to write my dissertation, like, with no supervision, and then I'm gonna go defend it. Like, who's let me do that? So, like, I always have imposter syndrome. I think the way I've kind of handled it is I turned it into like my little best friend. And I've realized that like mostly my imposter syndrome comes from is like I'll shoot my shot and then I'll start freaking out when someone listens and someone gives me that chance. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't expect that. So I kind of know it comes from the fear of like, I'm gonna shoot my shot and then I hear back and then there's panic, but then I'll pivot to something where like, I'm like, I freaked out about it. We're gonna do the task and we're gonna be good. I think allowing yourself to feel that imposter syndrome and just be like recognize it and take a breath, I think is valuable too because You know, like, why are you feeling that way? And when you figure that out, like, it might help cure that in that situation for the future.
For me, it's really similar. I remind myself that everyone feels that way at different points in their life, whether that's an everyday thing, it just depends on what you're doing. And for me, if it's really overwhelming, I actually like to make a list of the things that I've accomplished, whether it's like that day or that week, whether if it's just a personal thing or a work thing. And I list those things that I was successful in and that my life experiences, my work experiences made me successful at that thing. I've taken a graphic design class and I created this design and it's being used for this. And because I have this experience, that's why I was able to accomplish this thing today. Um, and just because of who I am and everything that I've done, it made me capable. And if it's in one of those moments where that panic is setting in, I just tell myself whether or not I feel that way, I want to be the person who I'm aiming to be. And even if it doesn't feel like I'm really that person yet, that's what I want to be and that's where I'm working to go. And I'm just going to go for it.
I'm a big I don't know, fan of Lucky Girl syndrome. I don't know if I'll be familiar with Lucky Girl syndrome, but it's like, oh, I only got this because I'm lucky, or oh, I manifested this, which I think is still a great thing to do. Uh, but a lot of it too is we have to remember to look back and see how far we've come and how hard we've worked. Look back at your accomplishments, look back at panels you've spoken on, really just remember how hard you're actually working, even when it doesn't feel like it, because you really are putting in the work and you've come so far. And I think that's important to remember.
Yeah.
Kristen literally quoted my comment. I'm like, someone left the door open. I snuck in real quick, and now I'm not leaving this space until I'm either recognized or like I'm accepted here. So literally, any crack in the wall, I will find it. I'll slip through it, and then I'll bring everybody else in with me. So that's always what I say. Someone left the door open. I don't know how I got here, but here we are.
Yeah, I
Thank you
think
to
for
whoever just redeemed
yeah.
posture check. It was pretty much just set up.
Yeah, for me, imposter syndrome kind of takes the look for me that I've d- so kind of like to everyone else that said, like, making sure you look back and kind of see what you've done, like what you've accomplished, and like, oh, look how smart you actually are. But like, there's a lot of times for me personally, especially when I first graduated and I was looking for work, where I got a feeling of, do I know enough that I should be in this space? Like, am I good enough to be in this job, in this career field? Oh, I'm missing one of these bullet points in this job description. Therefore, I shouldn't put my thing out there. I'm just going to get denied. I think that's one of the big things that's kind of affecting even to this day for me, where I kind of will sit down and kind of look at a situation. Like currently, I'm working on workout and fitness goals and health and wellness for my student athletes, but I'm kind of sitting in a spot of, I barely know how to use a treadmill effectively. How am I going to kind of set this up for my student athletes? Like, I want to kind of set a good example from them, but I don't know all these things. Well, should I be in charge of that, or do I need to outsource it to someone else who knows more than I can? Um, but I think that there's a point where you kind of need to say, well, maybe you're doing this as a learning journey for both you and your students. The people who you're working with, or if you're in the position, because I've actually had some students kind of reach out to me saying like, oh, I just graduated, but I don't know if I don't feel like I'm good enough or I know enough to apply for this job. And I'm like, the worst thing that can happen is they say no. I would hate to see you shoot yourself in the foot because you feel like you are not capable of doing this job, because they think that when they get to that job, they're not going to teach you anything. And I'm like, they are going to have to teach you at least how to use your Outlook email, if nothing else, when you get to that job. So that's like one of my big things of always shoot your shot. If the door isn't open, test the doorknob before you give up on even going through that door. Is probably like one of the big things for me, and that's still something that I'm working through even to this day. Like, because I still don't feel like I'm good enough or smart enough to do half the things I want to do. But that's something that I always want to at least let others know, to at least try. Like, shoot your shot, do the best you can, and don't give up at that door frame because it's not open. Always try.
Yeah,
Don't tell
and
yourself no before someone else does.
yeah, and then going off of that, another thing that I've kind of done I can pass on is surrounding myself with mentors. I know we mentioned theory earlier. I have Coach Danielle. I have my professor Danielle. I have a lot of professors. I have a lot of people to break into. And again, I'm still young. I will accept that. I'm not even 21. I'm only 20. I'm still getting there in life. But definitely having mentors, like esports and coffee is something that comes up. That's something that my coach and Sari and some other women in the industry for collegiate esports run. So again, having the mentor and being the mentor.
Definitely. We are about at time. We have about 5 more minutes to hit our last question. This one's a little bit more fun, a little bit more lighthearted to end off our panel. But what games are you all playing right now? You know, what games outside of your normal games? What games are you looking forward to coming out? What are you guys playing?
Oh,
Baldur's
I'll
Gate 3.
just I want to play that. Okay, so I can't really answer this question. It's either Apex or Disney Dreamlight Valley on my Switch when I'm trying to disconnect or like break from work. But because I'm supposed to be writing this novel so I could become a doctor, which past me is like, yeah, go girl, and I'm like, why did I do this to myself? So I have purposely put my head in the sand to not look at any other games because the last thing I need is to get super emotionally involved in a story and then I forget to write my dissertation. So I'm honestly the worst to ask, and I'm purposely like, I'm not looking, y'all, don't tell me, but like I've seen just the reactions from people playing like the new games that I've like come across on like Twitch and YouTube and TikTok, and I'm like, oh, I want to play that game, but I'm like restraining myself and it's hard. But yeah, the Disney Dreamlight Valley is my go-to when I'm not like playing Apex and being like, my usual aggressive type gaming, I guess.
So like I said, I play the FIFA 23. That's a new development. I go through phases. I was playing a lot of Rocket League earlier this summer. I don't play Valorant. I'm not good at Valorant, but I'll play once or twice with
You can do
some of my teammates. Well, so here's my issue. I play COD, so I can't stand still. It's just my anxiety or like I get like fidgety. Like as I'm like fidgeting with the ring as I talk. One game I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to is South by Midnight or South of Midnight. It was announced with Xbox. I'm a huge Southern Gothic fan. I'm actually thinking of doing my thesis on it, on stuff like that. So I'm really excited for that. Really into like bluegrass. Like when I play Red Dead, I only stay in Saint Denis because that's literally I was like I want to go here. I love it. Uh, Big swamp person, but I hate the heat and I hate alligators and lizards and snakes. It's a very addicting thing. But I think that's the main thing I'm looking forward to. The new COD coming out in November again. Yeah.
I've been playing Diablo 4 and Fortnite's my quick jump in PvP game. I've taken a little break from Destiny 2 just because, those other games are very time consuming. Baldur's Gate 3 is next on my list. I've been waiting to play that. Diablo 4 kind of sucked my time away, but I've been waiting for that for like years. I
Yeah.
am looking forward to South of Midnight also. I'm so glad you mentioned that because I felt like I was the only one super excited about that
Well,
game.
I about cried when I thought it was only on Xbox. I was like, you're kidding me. Because I'm only a PC gamer. I had a PS4, but it stays at my
Yeah.
parents' house because they use that for their TV. I was like, it was a heart wrenching moment.
And for
Yeah, the
me,
tech.
oh,
Oh, sorry.
oh,
Go ahead.
no,
Sorry. I was gonna
sorry.
say the tech nerd in me is super excited for Starfield just because I still can't comprehend how large the game is, and I don't know if I'm gonna play it for a day or play it for the rest of my life. I don't know.
Yeah, for me, I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3. I have 96 hours into it since it's come out. Please don't at me.
No
Um,
judgment.
Now it's making me want to start up a new D&D campaign, so esports, girlies, he, she's, theys. I'm looking for people to play. I also got the Old Gods of Appalachia role-playing game. So bluegrass,
Yeah.
Southern Gothic. I'm all there for it. And I actually got their source book when I went to Gen Con. That's here in Indy. So right down the road for me, and I got their book, and I got it, and I was so excited, and I was like, holy crap, I didn't know you guys were here. And so I got the book. I spent far too much money, and I got the fake coins for it and everything. And so role playing tabletop Pepto is gonna be coming out full force this year.
I actually want to try. I've actually wanted to try D&D. So I am a huge creative.
Yeah.
I just never had the opportunity to play with anyone because I was like, that's for nerds. And then I had to look into myself, and I was like, I'm a nerd. I go to a tech school. I'm a nerd.
Self-realization.
It was a really hard lesson to come to because I was always like well, I play softball. I don't have time for any of this. I play basketball or da 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 da. And now I'm like, I'm a nerd. Just accept it at this point. I wear glasses and everything.
Also, just like to hop on this thing, like Apex is my piece. Like I could zone out, brain off. But if I play a story game, I am so stressed. I'm like, there's a quest. I gotta do the quest. I gotta save this person. Why can't I just brain off and octane main my way through the situation? So that's definitely like y'all are talking about this, and I'm like getting anxious. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's a lot. But that's just I'm like an anxious person, so I prefer the battle royale, which totally sounds contradictory to my anxiety. But I grew up with Hunger Games, so that
Oh. Don't even get me started on that. Hunger Games ended and I literally had to take a 3-day my brain no thoughts. I was just numb. I was like, this is over. This is it. And then Marvel and then I got really into Marvel and then Endgame happened. Yeah, no, don't even.
Well, that actually is, we're at time. If I could have you guys, if you want to let people know where they can find you, say any last words, and then we'll wrap up. So, Megan, if you want to go ahead and say your final thoughts.
It was great hanging out with everybody and just talking about being a woman in games and esports and all that. If you would like to reach out to me and find me, you can find me on Discord at Pepto Abysmal Straight Up. I finally claimed the username unadulterated for the first time ever when they did away with the hashtag, so I'm so excited. Otherwise, you can also find me on Twitter at _ Pepto Abysmal. And the Twitch is here, so you should be able to find me through Pepto Abysmal _
I'll go next. So you can find me on Discord and Twitter and of course Twitch through Void Scarlet. Scarlet, the A is a V, the E is an X. It confuses people. I've gotten called so many things, but
Mine's pretty easy. You can find me on anywhere at Secret Asian 29. I've got the handle for most of the places, so just don't forget the numbers because there's some weird stuff out there.
I am Felly Bish across everything, and I'm just gonna say this is a Britney Spears reference. I'm that old. It's not a Billie Eilish reference. So that's where I'm at with that. But yeah, Felly Bish on like every single platform. I'm addicted to social media, so I really do have everything. Um, so yeah, and if you see me vibing in the space, like my DMs are open, and I really if I could help you in any way, please feel free to reach out. I didn't have a resource, and so I want to be that resource I didn't have. So please feel free to do that. It's not weird, and I won't judge you or anything. It might just take a little while to respond. I get a lot of DMs, but they're open, and if you ever need, yeah.
I just open them and forget. So
Well, if you guys want to find me anywhere, it's pretty much Linzor across all platforms. Twitter, it's Linzor _. Discord, Linzor, no capitals. And of course, Twitch, Linzor. I don't stream as much as I used to, but who knows, maybe I'll get back into it. But that does it for us here on the Gamer Girl panel. We appreciate you all taking the time to learn more about the struggles women in gaming face. As we continue to keep working to reclaim the title of Gamer Girl, we hope you all will continue to support the women gamers in your life and all gamers in your life. Please don't forget to check out the Women in Games International fundraiser and show them some love. And thank you again to R.I.S.E for hosting this panel. And thank you all for tuning in. Stay tuned for what's coming up next on Empowering Women in Gaming. Thank you all.
Nice.
Amazing. So I'm just popping in here. I know you guys can't see me, but I want to thank you, ladies, for joining us today on this panel. Um, we couldn't have done it without you, with your expertise and your lived experience. So thank you so much for taking the time. I think we lost two of the girls already, but thank you to them as well.
Oh, it was a pleasure. Thank you for having us.
yeah, thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a wrap. Want to thank everybody who was involved. We had our two panels. We had our host, Adam, and Sari and Lindsay, who hosted our two panels. I don't know about you guys, but I'm walking away with a better understanding of what it's like. I mean, I am a woman, but I'm not in this world that much. But I'm really getting to understand what it's like to be a female in this space, and how important it is that there are allies out there. I do want to thank Christine. Hopefully she's watching right now. So Christine was our summer student who has worked tirelessly behind the scenes, putting this all together. We wouldn't have been organized without you. Woo. And of course to Virtual and the Nubifier for having us in their space and keeping the stream going, and all the tech non-issues that we dealt with today. So from R.I.S.E Academy, we're so pleased to be able to run these events. We're looking forward to our next event, which will happen in September. We're calling all players. We're looking for collegiate teams, other teams who are looking to participate in a tournament style event on September 30th. So if that is you, contact us, jump on the Discord, and let us know that you'd like to participate. So once again, thank you so much from R.I.S E, from Virtual, and hopefully we were able to lead some of you in the direction of WIGI, and we'll consider supporting that wonderful organization and empower women in this space. Done.